PKA 571 with our guest Matt Farah from the Smoking Tire. Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Feals, CBD, Blue Chew, and SmartMouth. Also, limited time, we've got some wonderful holiday merchandise coming out. Those links are below.
Get
you
it
can
while
just
it's hot.
hear the silver bells are ringing and the red noses are lighting up. It's just very high quality stuff. You're going to love it. People are going to say,
I like that shit.
Man, that's an ugly sweater, but it's ironically ugly. You look good.
Oh, is that real? Is that a real knit ugly ass sweater that says PKA on it? Where can I get one? And you'll say Rudy's.
It was limited time, so you're out of fucking luck. Maybe next year.
And that's where you'll figure it out. So check that link below if you're interested. I'm sure you will. I think Kyle, Woody, and I are all getting our sweaters delivered soon.
I told him that is literally one of the ugliest sweaters I've ever seen. Like if your goal in an ugly sweater is to make something so ugly you would never wear it, nailed it.
Dude, the whole point of those is wearing them to ugly holiday sweater parties.
Yeah.
I think is this like a Hallmark thing where like the ugly sweater industry, big ugly sweater got together and created this nonsense of ugly sweater parties?
It could be like Mother's Day where they just made it up in the early 1900s. But yeah, have you never gone to an ugly sweater party? It's fun. Like that's why huge sections of like Kohl's and shit, they
You're
carve it
assuming
out.
I have a lot more friends than I realize.
Wait, Taylor.
No, it circled through ironic cool because it started when you would find the old ugly sweaters that were like meant to be serious, like your grandpa's ugly sweater.
Yeah.
And then those were like ew, and then people found them and then it became a joke, and now they have commerce around it.
Yeah, I see. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, like when ironic cool circles back around into actual cool, like it happens in cars too.
Yeah. Wait, Taylor, a minute ago did you just say that it was a made up thing, just like Mother's Day?
I said it could have been.
But wait, the idea that Mother's Day is a made up holiday while all the others are like written down from Father Time or something. Like we didn't make up every fucking holiday.
Mother's Day notoriously ripped off Father's Day.
The only real holidays, Kyle, if you don't know the history, are Christmas and No Nut November. Those are the true holidays. Everything else is bullshit.
Chinese New Year, bitch.
No, that's fake. It's made up by Hallmark.
I have an employee at my shop who's dating a Chinese girl, and I was like, "Oh, are you doing anything for Thanksgiving?" And he says, "My girlfriend's family doesn't celebrate holidays." And I'm like, "Wow, they must fucking suck." And he goes, "No, they're Chinese." And they only have one holiday, and it's Chinese New Year, and they don't.
They need to get with the program.
That's what I'm saying. They got to make up some shit like we did.
I have immigrant friends, and they're all about Christmas and Thanksgiving and all our decadent holidays.
They are on the total wrong side of that, and someone needs to set their whole family straight. The people who are 1,000,000% on top of holiday management, Jewish people.
Yes,
they
you are
totally,
welcome, my friend.
totally take advantage of all of the Christian holidays. They're like, Christmas, that sounds great. Cool. Yeah. We're doubling up on it. And at the same time, they do all their own specific holidays. So if you're Jewish, you're just sprinkling holidays in every month.
Every Jewish holiday is just, and here's another time that they didn't kill us. And here's another time that they didn't kill
They're
us.
lamer than that. It's like we dropped an egg that didn't break one time. Everyone gets off from work today. Okay.
I mean, I've said it before. Like, I don't care what it's celebrating. If I get the day off work and like everybody can chill, it can be any day in the world.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Harvey Weinstein Day.
That's a good one.
You know what? It's a Monday off.
Memorial.
This is the day Cosby got found unguilty.
Yeah.
No, we get his conviction and his release. Like,
you're right.
The resurrection
like
story.
Easter and
Good Friday.
Good Friday.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
This is a damn good idea. Someone tell Hallmark.
That's a good. They're holidays where we just like we're supposed to like sit around soberly, like, man, what a terrible person. It's good to reflect on that, but really, we're getting cakes, candies. You know,
we have one of those. It's except that you have to reflect on what a terrible person you are. It's called Yom Kippur. That's the Jewish guilt version of it.
Yeah,
you go, I'm really a piece of shit. But can we eat now?
What is the genesis of Yom Kippur? Yom Kippur?
It's the Day of Atonement. So it's like basically like every Friday in Catholicism, but we only have to do it once a year.
So there's literally no reason that day is a special day.
Based on something, right?
I mean, it's like a week after Jewish New Year, So I think you start the new year by reflecting on what a piece of shit you were the previous year. You starve yourself for a day, and then you feast at the end of it, and that's pretty much how it goes.
That's interesting. I remember being jealous of my I played hockey with a few Jewish kids when I was young, and I was always like, Hanukkah, so that's real? 8 days of presents or whatever, and they're like, but don't believe what you hear. Christmas, you get 15 presents all there. My parents, they get me 1. And so every year I'm capped to 8 presents.
My birthday is December 1st. So my birthday most years would be right in the middle of Hanukkah. So I had the birthday Hanukkah combo, Is
that good or bad?
It could go either way. Could go either way. In the beginning, it was bad because I was really on a volume game. And then when I learned that I could kind of roll those all into one, heavy hitter, then it was cool. Yeah, then it was cool.
Yeah. My Jewish friends growing up said that only the 8th day of Hanukkah got good presents. They're like, dude, I literally got a dreidel for Hanukkah today.
That's bullshit.
That was the thing. You'd get some pretty janky shit. You'd get Hanukkah related stuff. So there
pencils,
was the dreidel,
erasers,
candles,
stickers.
There's what they call
Subway coupons,
which is the chocolate cookie coins. You've seen those, the chocolate coins.
Yeah.
Those were a thing you would get, and then I don't know why did I feel like the first night we always got better presents, but I could see how you could ramp it up to 8. Yeah. Really keep them.
They start you off excited, and then just 6 days of this is a bunch of fucking dreidels and nonsense.
Yeah, and then you have to almost burn your house down every day. It's perfect. Really.
Are you talking on the right mic, Matt? Can you tap it? That's not it.
Oh, it's
we've transmuted back.
What the fuck, Habibi? Hold on.
I don't know. I blame you entirely.
Oh, that's horse shit. This is fucking horse shit. Now I am. How about now?
Oh, that's so beautiful. Beautiful. Smooth. Terrible.
Write a comment praising me now. Write a comment praising me under this YouTube video that I got this fixed for you.
Wait, didn't Taylor fix it?
No, you did.
Taylor said,
I explicitly remember. I fixed this. Kyle,
good
gaslight with me.
Good guy, Taylor.
Gaslight with me, everyone.
Can we get a meme that's just like good guy Taylor fixes audio problems?
That's what every comment is actually going to be.
When Wood T refuses, and have Woody be like, I like bad audio.
I like bad audio. What a classic Woody statement. He's notorious for being lax with audio.
Yeah. Let them wait.
I could definitely. Are there any other groups that
you guys good now?
do as many?
Yeah. Sorry. I guess I had some fucking janky ass USB.
It's extra good when you get close to it, Matt. Just telling you, it makes me wet.
It's so sexy when you're so close.
It's better when I get really close.
Oh, yeah,
fine.
right
You're gonna see me. You're gonna see this fat chrome dick in the shot.
Look at everyone else in
Did
frame.
you think that everybody else was just in a very small room, and this was a decision based on square footage?
If this gets me the best audio, I will do it.
All right. I will get rid of the pretense that there isn't a giant microphone right in front of me.
You know what the mic move is when you've gained a bunch of weight is boom.
Yeah, it's like a beard
right here.
You got to beard it up.
The double chin.
Just cover that shit right up.
Oh, it's a pro gamer move.
I don't know why it's a big deal. At my studio, like my actual podcast studio, I have a big like SM7B, like Woody's, and it's like it's fucking right in front of my face. But for some reason, here at the house, I'm like, I have to pretend like it's not here. I don't know why it's a thing.
It's more professional here.
I wanted to ask another question: Is Hanukkah far and away the best Jewish holiday, or are there better ones that we don't know?
Are there better ones?
I didn't know they have presents in other ones.
No, Hanukkah's the only like gifts one. There's one called Purim, which is like the fall kind of festival, and there's like a feast involved. It's not that cool, honestly.
Thanksgiving's our second best one generally. People will disagree, but it's the food.
Oh well, Passover is sort of the Jewish Thanksgiving. That's where they didn't kill us that time. That's the Pharaoh, the 10 plagues, the escape from Egypt.
That's
all that
where you
shit.
killed them. That's where God came and took their first.
God smited them in that one. Yes,
smoked them.
They were smoot.
Ties
was
into
ill that day.
This ties into Taylor's theory of Jewish people having excellent holiday management. You guys have your own Thanksgiving. In addition, it's not like you're not celebrating Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
No,
we do.
Doubled up.
It's funny that we celebrate Thanksgiving because it's like genocide the other way. Like we celebrate both sides of different genocides.
It's a celebration of American greatness.
It's either
you're
like
allowed to win,
manifest
right?
destiny.
You're allowed to be bigger and stronger than your opponent. You're allowed to succeed. That's what Thanksgiving was all about. Where we,
you are allowed to distribute smallpox blankets.
That's a lie. That's Big Red Man telling you lies. That's what that is. That never happened.
Like the gum company.
Yeah, the gum company. It's a coincidence. The connection with Native Americans and the Redskin thing is,
or a giant member of Wu-Tang
the chewing
Clan?
gum company. The chewing gum company has it out to pull the wool over your eyes. They actually never did distribute those smallpox blankets.
Oh, really?
That's not true.
No, it's not true. That's Big Red Man telling you lies.
It's that fucking gum
Don't
company.
get me started on Wrigley gum. They're worse.
I mean, they lose their flavor.
They're anti-Semites.
Conspiracy.
Yeah,
They're anti-Semites.
Oh my God! I just had to. Someone sent me a meme today that was horribly wrong, and it was like, "Here at Ford, we're proud of our founder Henry Ford," and then there was the guy who was like, "Here at Volkswagen," like looking the other way. And I was like, "I need to tell you something about Henry Ford, my friend." And he started a magazine called The International Jew.
Did it sell well?
Unfortunately.
Was it about how great?
I would imagine that it like failed, and then he's like, "Oh, I guess I'm getting into cars."
Yeah.
the Jew thing
but
isn't
like
taking
when
off.
I hear that magazine, I think it's like for the Jew on the go.
Like it's Mr.
Like
Worldwide.
it's like GQ magazine, but for Jews.
Well, you know what? It's
same
the
thing,
word
literally.
the. The word the is what does it. If it was International Jew magazine, you could sort of see that as being an optimist by
Jew
Jews
hunter.
or Jews. If
it was
international Jew,
if it was
it's
like
ooh.
a rabbi with like gold chains and like drinking scotch and like a cigar, that would be international. That'd be like GQ.
Right.
Jew.
Yeah. Like it's like a rabbi, but in Venice. You know, like in the canals, like really having a nice time. That's
75 years in a row, the rabbi on the cover is wearing the same outfit because rabbis do that.
Yeah,
it was funny when you led into that. I was like, "Oh, he's clearly going to have the problem with the founder of Volkswagen."
Yeah,
where they're like, "And our founder, Mr. Volkswagen, a very reclusive man, you know,
Mr. Volkswagen.
Certainly not some other fellow."
No, not the other founder. We need a people's car. What's that, sir?
People's car.
What's that, sir?
See, this goes back to my thing about like bad people can have good ideas. And it's foolish for us to stick our head in the sand, okay?
Of course.
Hitler, for
Henry
example.
Ford invented the automobile assembly line while also
and charcoal
using the printing press to publish the International Jew.
Look,
two great ideas.
First of all, the man was
press.
he was just trying to get the word out. Let's be honest here. And second of all, he also invented charcoal, which everybody forgets. Charcoal is I'm very big on charcoal. I like the charcoal grill. I got some
I
charcoal.
feel
outside.
like charcoal was invented before him.
I think
I invent it every time I go camping.
No,
maybe it was just the briquette. Maybe it was just the quick.
It was the briquette.
match.
Well, see, he had so many of the so much leftover like junk wood from making the cars, and he didn't know what to do with it because there's all these like burn ends and scraps and stuff, and he marketed it as charcoal.
Burn ends.
Someone should have told him that charcoal is flammable. Still use it.
Like the Jew. No,
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But the charcoal catches faster. And then
would you like
he
to
also
see
does
my
a
bar
German
mitzvah
accent.
bracelet? It's right
Oh
here.
wow,
There you go.
that's not a medical.
11/12/94, baby.
Did you
Date
make
on the
bank on your bar mitzvah, Matt?
I thought you were allergic. To
Yeah. Have I never told you that story? I
says
did
no
make
pork.
bank on my
No.
bar mitzvah.
I don't think so.
How was the bar?
I was not really into being Jewish when I was younger.
Hmm.
Like I was like not because like I whatever. I wasn't like self-loathing, but it was like when I got sent to Hebrew school when I was like 8, I was like, why does an all-knowing God not understand English? I was that level of inquisitive that religious leaders really don't like.
Right.
They're not into that.
They just
at
want you to
all.
roll with it.
Yeah. And so I didn't really want to have bar mitzvah. I thought it was dumb. I still think it's kind of dumb, but eventually my dad was like, listen, if you do this, for your mom, because my mom is more Jewish than my dad. My dad doesn't really give a shit. He goes, if you do this for your mom, it'll really make your mother happy. And once you're a man, after the ceremony, I will never make you go to temple again if you don't want to. You will have the choice. You'll never have to go back if you don't want to. And also, we're going to have a party. We're going to invite all, my friends. They're all going to give you money. And I was like, okay, deal. And we had the party, and I got a lot of money. I really did. And I couldn't touch it until I was 18. And it's a good thing, too, because when I was 13, I wanted a computer with a Pentium processor. And I would have fucking spent all of it on that shit. And ended up, I ended up being able to buy a car when I was 18. Nice. And it was a nice car. I took out all the money and bought a Corvette. So
Jesus Christ, that's way better than the birthday.
It was. And And my mom got really pissed when I came home with this Corvette, and my dad stood up for me, and he was like, no, he did the bar mitzvah. He got the money. He didn't touch it until he was 18. And then he said, I will cover the insurance for 6 months. And then you're fucking on your own covering the insurance for this fucking thing. 18-year-old with a red Corvette. But yeah, I actually did get a bunch of money for it.
I've thought about
That's awesome.
So Jewish kids get a lot of money at 13 years old for their bar mitzvah.
Some do. Kids, not all do, but some
right.
do, yeah.
Christian kids get less money, but they get it at like 2 months old for their christening.
Right.
So the move is when you're 2 months old, invest it wisely.
Buy Bitcoin at 2 months old. That's
right. Yeah. You just make some smart decisions at 2 months. And then by the time you're 18, the money can be roughly equivalent.
Wait, was I supposed to get christening money?
I was sitting here thinking the same shit. I was like, wait,
really?
I didn't get a dime of so-called christening cash.
Both our kids
wasn't even
like
baptized. I don't know
$1,300 or so for christening. And
yeah, if you roll that into 10 years, 12 years of
this is important life advice. So both our kids got like $1,000, $1,300 for their christening money, and that is what we use to start their college accounts. And it just grows from there. So if you're new parents, like so many of our listeners, do that. Dummies. Kick off your kids' college accounts with whatever money you get in the christening as gifts.
Yeah, just be Christian and Jewish.
Wrap it up, you tards. I've met half of you. Don't you? No. No.
But then there's also the other side of it, where once you're like an adult, now Matt probably feels like pressured for when your friends are having their bar mitzvahs or bat mitzvahs that you're like, I don't want to be cheap. I got to throw them a decent amount, right?
Well, I don't have any friends who have kids old enough yet, but I will not be stingy when it comes to that. I will be a heavy hitter. I got, where this bar mitzvah, my dad was in the fashion business. He was, and this bracelet was actually a gift from Ralph Lauren, which was pretty cool. Damn. There was some heavy hitters at my bar mitzvah. My it's like you're the kids you go to school with, and then your parents' friends. And my parents' friends they had some heavy hitters up in that bitch.
Did they have a big party for you?
We had a pretty big party. It seemed really baller at the time. But one of my grandparents, my last grandparent, passed away 2 years ago, and I got her copy of my bar mitzvah album was sent to me, and I looked through the pictures. It turns out not that baller, honestly. I mean, it was not as baller in hindsight as I really thought it was at the time.
Everything looked bigger back then.
There was a couple. Was all it?
Everything looked bigger back then.
Right. My theme was sailing. I couldn't have been whiter. I was the whitest person ever.
Sailing
themed bar mitzvah. Yeah. But there was some kids who I went to school with where I remember them being fucking crazy. I mean, whole set pieces. One was a place called Cipriani in New York City, which, if you've ever heard of it, is like a seriously baller spot on 42nd Street. One was at the Rainbow Room, which is above Rockefeller Center with the revolving, center fucking thing. I mean, there was some serious heavy hitters. I went to school with the kids of some really terrible people. I went to school with Annie and David Sackler. You might know their father, Richard.
Yes, they love pushing opium into the country.
Who was the OxyContin guy. There's now that show Dope Sick about him on Hulu, which I can't recommend highly enough. It's very depressing, but very good. Yeah. And basically everyone who crashed the economy in 2008, I went to school with all of their children. So it was, it was interesting.
I went to a bunch of bar and bat mitzvahs when I was a kid. I grew up in New Jersey.
So it was every weekend, probably, right?
Dude, I don't even know how many I went to.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It's not a ton, but like 8. I don't know.
I went to a very Jewish school, and they had to publish the schedule, so that everyone could go to everyone else's. And there was probably like 30, 40 a year that you would go to. It was a bunch.
Some of them were really nice, although I don't remember like how nice, right? Because I have this distorted perspective. I remember some had ice sculptures, which I thought was pretty neat.
Yeah, ice sculpture. That was a defining line. Yeah.
But what we liked the most were the elevators. Like we were just dumbass children who would go up and down the elevators constantly, and it would that was the coolest thing.
So easily entertained.
Yeah.
I remember a couple of the Super Baller ones. The rest of them pretty much blended into one deal. There was one really religious kid, and the ceremony was like 3.5 hours long, and you were like, "Why did I agree to come?"
Thumbs down.
Yeah,
that's what weddings.
I didn't know
like
that
too.
so much of it was like up to the individual person being bar mitzvahed or whatever, because like the one that stuck out to me the most. Like, the kid apparently has a little bit of leeway of like how much they want to do. Like there is a minimum amount of reading Hebrew you can do. And I thought it was going to be more the pace the first time I went to one. Like I thought it was going to be more the pace of a baptism, because I'd seen baptisms. Baptism, that's like a car wash, in and out. It's so quick that the priest or pastor, whoever, they're going to say a couple words, dunk the kid, dry him off. There's a prayer at the end. You're home. This. Like it was a guy on my hockey team, and I remember sitting there, and he got maybe 25 minutes into chanting Hebrew, and I'm like, this isn't going to end anytime soon. And I was one of the only kids there. Like apparently, like my parents wanted me to go. Like, oh, it'd be cool to experience like the Jewish custom thing. All the other kids got to go straight to the party afterward.
Oh,
no
really?
one else other than like grandparents.
No, really? Not everyone went. Oh, it was sort of unwritten where if you were going to go to the party, you had to go to the ceremony. No one really got to do one without the other.
Well, then I'm glad that I wasn't the dickhead, because I didn't realize at the time.
Well, there's like levels of Judaism, right? So there's like Reform, which is kind of like the modern, go to temple for a couple holidays a year and don't do much else.
Yeah,
then
I was
you've got
ask you about this.
Yeah, then you got the conservative, which is like you start to like keep kosher, and maybe you go to temple every day, and maybe you do the Sabbath.
Every day?
Every week, excuse me.
Okay.
And then you and maybe you do Sabbath, where you don't fucking use your phones and shit on. And then there's Orthodox, which is like where you really are fucking hardcore, and the girls are wearing terrible skirts, and stuff like that. Men are wearing yarmulkes, and then you have the Hasidim, which is like the fucking the curls and the trench coats.
They
and
go hard.
Yeah, they're really smelly. They don't.
So what were you? Was conservative the popular one around you?
But for me, most of my people were Reform, and Reform is good. A Reform bar mitzvah is about the length of a wedding. It's like 25-30 minutes of ceremony. The kid is usually speaking the Torah portion, not like chanting it. If they're chanting, you're probably into conservative. You're probably.
Have you ever heard the old tapes of Howard Stern doing that chanting thing, like singing the song and everything? Like for whatever reason, his horrible parents recorded it, and so he has the whole ceremony, and he's played it on the air before, and his voice is so high pitched because he's like he has
he's 13.
Yeah.
13, and it's this high pitch, and I can't duplicate it, but he's singing the whole thing in Hebrew, and it goes on and on and on, and he just lets it play, and the longer it goes, the more awkward and embarrassing.
It's almost like a Family Guy bit where it just like goes forever.
It's one of those Conway Twitty too long.
I'm from the South, so I didn't meet a Jew until I was a man grown.
Did you think they had horns? Because that would be funny.
I had no concept of what a Jew even was. The only information that I had came from like my grandmother on her refrigerator. There was a sticker, or there was a magnet that said,
"I like
my
where
God."
This is going.
Yeah, I know, right? You're like, oh shit, what does it say? The only good Jew.
Beware.
No, it said, "My God is a Jewish carpenter." And,
yeah.
And just what we heard from the Bible about the Hebrews and stuff like that. But I never met a Jew. I couldn't understand why anybody disliked them so much.
Yeah, we're cool. We're fun.
Yeah, and I still really don't understand quite so much. I mean, a little, I guess.
It is.
We all get it, right?
The ongoing hatred of Jews. It is weird. But I didn't have to do any chanting though. I did. What I did instead was I played the shofar, which is the curly ram's horn trumpet. I could do that because I played saxophone and trumpet when I was a kid. So I blew the shofar, and that was as really as Jewish.
See, I certainly see everything I know about this comes from Seinfeld and like the Larry David show and stuff like that. So, so no experience with any of this. See, and even most of my I've got a few Jewish friends now, And I thought the other day, I was like, wait a minute, aren't I essentially a Jew? Like this guy, me and this guy do the exact same thing. He doesn't go to temple.
Yeah.
He eats pork. Like I've never met a Jew who didn't eat pork. Do you?
I mean, I do know a few who, like, not that I hang out with regularly, but people I grew up with and went to school with who kept kosher, which kosher is dumb in 2021, but kosher, like in 300 BC, probably kept a bunch of people alive. Like it probably kept like back. It was like science. Like it don't, shit that would kill you if it wasn't refrigerated. Like, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
Eat,
pork has lots of parasites. And, and shellfish can't be trusted.
Yeah. Like it did make some sense at some point thousands of years ago. It's pretty dumb now.
Well, see, my Arabic friend, even him, he's just like he doesn't have a lot of experience with pork. It seems like, just like listening to him talk, but he's had bacon, and that's all he needed to know. That's all he needs to know. Like he's never had like a ham steak or like
good. Yeah,
he's never had like a big like honey baked ham or anything. I don't think.
It's
he's had
the best
bacon.
part about being Jewish is that all you have to do. You don't have to learn Hebrew. You don't have to have bar mitzvah. You don't have to go to temple. You don't have to do anything. If you call yourself a Jew in public, that's good enough for 99.9% of other Jews. It really is. And so I don't do anything religious at all. I don't give a shit. All I do is I wear this bracelet, which I've worn for going on almost 30 years.
Fancy.
And I make the food. I love to cook Jewish food. I like to cook Jewish food for my friends because it's fucking delicious. Honestly, it's like not for any reason besides it tastes very good. Yeah. So I cook the food, and that made my grandparents happy and my mother happy enough. And so whatever. And I still haven't gone to a temple except for my little sister's bat mitzvah. Since mine, I have not set foot in a temple.
Good for you. Keep that streak going, man. Mm-hmm. That stuff's boring.
Yeah,
I can't.
Temple's
I can't
stupid.
believe.
I mean, it just really sounds like you're in a club, like some sort of like finance club is what it comes down to. like that. It seems like that's how like most Jews treat Judaism. It's like a kind of a racket they got going on.
Well, if you go to a lot of country clubs in the Northeast, it's basically the same thing.
A holiday racket. They're racking up all these weekends, these 3-day weekends.
Just getting together, taking over the media. The usual.
The normal part and parcel. Yeah, I mean, Kyle. Based on what Matt just said, statistically, we could jump in, fake it, cash in on all those sweet ass holidays. And if anyone ever asks a question and is like, Kyle, are you even Jewish? You're like, that's unbelievably anti-Semitic.
Yeah. That's it. That's you. You have it. The one thing I didn't do that I wish I did is a thing called birthright. You ever hear of birthright?
Yeah, you get a free vacation to Israel.
You get a free vacation to Israel. All you have to do is be under 26 years old and say you want it.
Even if you're a felon?
Question. I don't see why not. They're a forgiving people.
Right?
I mean, I think they're probably going to require some sort of evidence before they shell out a few grand for you.
I'll do that whole thing Kramer did in that episode of George did in the episode of I'll become an Orthodox.
Converts.
Yeah. I'll go full Orthodox, whatever the fuck he was.
Latvian Orthodox.
Latvian Orthodox. Yeah.
The lure.
What is so alluring to you with the church?
Talk 20 minutes.
What happens on the birthright that they really don't tell you because they pitch it beforehand, like, you're going to go learn about your history and whatever. When you get there, what really happens is that they encourage you to have sex with other Jews. It's indoctrination into literally making more Jews. So they actually encourage you to bone on the trip. I mean, it's very funny, the whole thing.
Do women go for this?
That's great.
Yes.
Huh.
100%.
Because I have found it's not difficult to convince guys to have sex.
Well, it's about having guys that convince guys to have sex with Jewish girls.
My inner monologue sounds just like Fred Savage, and it's just like, and that's the moment he realized he was a Jew.
Yeah.
That's a thing to say.
It is a fun religion if you don't actually take it that seriously. They're not, and if they're not trying to exterminate you that year,
That's how most Catholics are.
Oh, come on.
It's fun for most of them because they go twice a year.
Yeah. Religion's great when it doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
It's completely irrelevant to your life. It's great.
As long as
it's an identity I don't have to do anything for. Okay.
Kyle, you mentioned the felon thing. Does that really impact your international travel? Is that
Massively, yes.
like you said you couldn't go to Mexico?
I can't go almost anywhere.
Can't go to Canada.
You would think Mexico
sure.
would be felon friendly.
You would think
These are
Canada
your
would
people.
be. You would think Canada would be weed felon friendly. How are the Mexicans?
I had a friend who got found out
of weed?
in Canada, and
What?
he somehow made it
Just-
into Canada, and they found out while he was there that he was a felon, and they didn't let him stay.
I was not sure they
Kicked
were all
his ass the
racist and
fuck out.
I mean, here's a question: how hard is it to like get into Canada? If you know what I mean.
You just
Not
sneak
that
in.
hard.
It's just a bunch of woods.
Like, couldn't I just walk across and be up there and be chilling?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, it seemed like you would have to go out of your way to go towards one of the main entrances. There must be
Yeah.
smaller ones.
Like little ones, like a little back door or something into Canada. Like, what do you think they do if they catch a felonious individual like myself? They just like slap you on the wrist and send you on back home, right? Like they're not gonna like lock me down in some sort of Canuck
My friend, they literally made him leave right then and there. They made him,
gulag.
they
They're
made
not gonna
him
put
go
me in
back to
They're not gonna
Detroit.
send me to the maple syrup mines, are they? Have me mining away from maple
You're
syrup.
enslaved to making maple syrup. You shouldn't have broke
some
in.
guard riding a moose, fucking whipping me.
That would be intimidating. A guard riding a moose.
Yeah, it'd be like 75 feet
But he's
tall.
really apologetic about having to whip me. Like,
Actually,
Feels
Mexico
bad.
will take you, Kyle.
holy shit, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go to Mexico, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela, Europe,
The heavy hitters. Let's go.
South Africa, and Thailand.
This sounds like a great fucking vacation, to
Thailand!
be honest with you.
Can I
Every,
really
every
go
one of those
Thailand?
places rules.
South Africa. That's on the up.
Hang on,
Yeah,
what?
dude,
Have you ever been to
South
South
Africa's
Africa?
cool.
And have you guys
No.
ever been? It's very
No, I think it's
cool.
beautiful. Yeah, right.
It's really, really cool place to go.
I'm
I
going
like
to go
Thailand.
this winter. I need to go.
Thailand, I recommend also. That's also fucking cool.
I'm looking at how much the flights cost to Thailand.
They're not that expensive. You want to go to Phuket, you don't really need to go to Bangkok.
Of course.
And then you jump on a boat and you sail around Ouchalong Bay. It rules.
Everyone knows to go to Phuket.
I don't
and-
think you understand that
long?
Kyle is planning a sexcation on
No.
I see.
But a straight
No,
one.
You know what happens in Thailand stays in Thailand.
No, I'm just curious.
When I went, it was a couple of years ago, but it was not that expensive. It was a pretty cheap, exotic.
Flights are kind of cheap now. Hawaii was $500 from me.
Nice. Hawaii
Yeah,
is like apparently a bit hostile towards tourists right now. I had some friends who went on like a car rally thing in Hawaii, and the locals were super fucking mean to them. I think it was mainly for like COVID related reasons. I think they were trying to keep the tourists out for that, but
Hawaii
Yeah.
locals are always aggressive. In the surfing world, it's been like that since I was young, which was
Yeah.
like when Jesus was young. And
So,
go ahead.
because of like colonialism.
No, they just hate sharing Hawaii. They feel like it is theirs, and that all these white people. They have a term for white people. I forget.
Howleys.
Yeah, I think it is Howley. All the Howleys come.
Howleys.
Yeah, and they fucking hate you, and they will beat
So-
you up if you catch a wave that they wanted. And
Yeah,
like,
so
it's-
Jesus Christ.
So what needs to be done with Hawaii is they need to be invaded again, because they forgot what happened the last time. We need to have some more pineapple wars down there and crack some skulls open, redistribute some wealth. I think, because they've forgotten which team they're on. Those dirty savages.
Those despicable billionaire indigenous.
They need to
living down
scoop
there in
those-
their golden castles with their moats
Dude, I
full of
think you have an
diamonds. Yeah.
Accurate picture of the locals in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Made
Think
it my mind.
drunken failures of people.
we just need a big wave.
A lot of pork.
Just
Yeah, fat
Pork and
drunken
pineapples,
failures.
baby. All you can eat. Pork and pineapples.
So the flights to
Spam.
Thailand round trip is $2,300, and that's like main cabin.
Really?
But the only other option is the like Delta. I don't even know what you call it. The bed, the thing we get a bed, and that's
Yeah.
$13,000.
Fuck
Yeah.
out of here.
That
Wow.
jizz biz money, Kyle.
Is
I
that,
mean, I've got enough jizz biz money to easily cover a bed to Thailand, but I'm just saying I don't think it's worth it. It's a
I
small
haven't
car.
It's an
been keeping up.
investment.
Care to describe the jizz biz?
Oh,
Oh God, he's going for a jar.
Well,
what the fuck?
we have a product here. It's called Lock and Load, and just 9 small capsules per day, and you too could come like a champion. This is going to
Really?
increase your volume, your libido. It's going to improve blood flow. You have better, stronger, longer orgasms, and it was formulated right here on this podcast. As you can see, it's in its official PKA product.
Here. How about
Right
that?
there.
Dude, it's fucking hilariously effective. You will come 2 or 3 times more than you normally do. And the propulsion, people don't talk about this. And I know our audience is young. but
Velocity.
What happens as you age is your athletic ability is taken from you when you're not looking. You're like, yeah, I'm really good at whatever, fucking front handsprings. That's a genuine example for me. And then sometime in my 30s, I tried a front handspring like I always did. And it was like, when I wasn't looking, that was removed from my repertoire. The propulsion on your jizz changes as well. What used to be normal, right, where you shoot over her show, accidental facial, right, you go for her belly and it just goes, that changes. Kyle was on the show, call it 3 months ago, making fun of porn stars that didn't have massive ejaculate with real velocity and staying power.
I blinded a small child last week.
And I'm like, shit, I think he's talking about me. Well, no more. Now I come like a 17-year-old.
Wow. Well, I'm proud of you, Kyle. And I think you should reward yourself with a vacation to Thailand, bring a couple cases of that, and really shock some of the locals.
you could be one of those people that like starts a myth, like that tribe we were talking about that thought that white guy that showed up was God.
Yeah.
You're gonna be a legend in Thailand.
I think you could be indeed you could be a legend in Thailand.
Americans have massive muscles and they shoot their jizz 4.5 feet.
His balls were so small though.
He said it was the cost of his muscles. Who was I to dispute him?
It made no sense.
I almost lost a yacht in Thailand. It was fucking crazy.
How'd you do that?
Okay, what happened?
So I chartered a sailboat. I like to sail because I'm real white, and I chartered a sailboat with my friends. And when you charter a sailboat from this company, the moorings, they give you a book of like pretty specific instructions, like when you go to this bay, anchor here in 7 meters of water, not here or here or here, and like it's pretty idiot proof because we're all fucking idiots. And so I've never been to Thailand, so I have no choice but to listen to the book. But one of my friends is like, no, we should really anchor over there. And I'm like, I don't know why I agreed to this, but I did. So we anchor, and we're at a place called Koh Phi Phi Don, which is like the Thai like party island. It's a fucking real party island, and it's shaped like an H. And one of the if you were looking at an H, the south U, the upside down U, is where the boats are anchored, and the right side up U is a very pretty beach, and the bridge across the middle is the town. So we anchor the boat and we take the dinghy in, and we're fucking partying. This is like it's like where like Russians and Australians and Thai go to like fucking party. Like we go to this club and there's like a literal written menu of drugs that they will bring to you. It's like mushrooms and MDMA and coke, and I mean like basically anything you could think of. So we order up some mushrooms and some weed, and we're drinking and we're getting super fucked up and having a great time, and talking to girls and whatever the fuck we're doing. And all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but like at like 2:30 in the morning, this like big wind comes in. It's a big windstorm. And we're like, oh, this is fucking awesome. It's winding. Yeah, like rock and roll. And then at like, 4:30 in the morning, we go back to where the boat should be on the dinghy, and it's fucking gone. It's gone. There's no boat. And we're all on drugs. We're all fucked up, and we're just like, oh Jesus, like maybe have we messed up here? Like what? So we go back to shore, and we thought that maybe because we'd anchored in the wrong place that they had towed our boat, as if there are rules in Thailand, which there are most certainly not. And my one smart idea, we go to the police station and we think about the kind of police coverage they have on this tiny little island at 4:30 in the morning, as someone who does not speak English, and I'm trying to like draw what the fuck is going. It's ridiculous. But the police station was off to sort of the side of the island, looking at the harbor from a different angle than from where you would see it from the dock. And the one smart thing I did was I wanted to make it look like people were on the boat so that nobody would steal from us. So I left all the lights on the boat. From the police station, you could see way the fuck out in the ocean, and you could see a boat with lights on. And it's illegal to sail in Thailand after dark. It's like a thing. So you have to be anchored by dark. So we realized, like, hey, I think that's our boat, like way the fuck out there. And we go back to the harbor and we find these wasted fishermen, like swishing fucking whiskey on a dinghy. And we give them, I mean, it I don't know. I don't remember how much money it was. It was like a couple $100 in Thai baht. And we're like, please take us to the fucking out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we hop in this fucking shit pile dinghy, you know, and we get like 2/3 of the way out there. And we determined that, yes, that is our boat. And it is not where we fucking left it. and this dinghy runs out of gas.
Oh my God.
I'm just like, you know, I'm losing my shit. And because I'm a nice person and I have generally decent karma, another fucking dinghy comes by and it's Americans. And I'm like, please, our fucking boat we're out of gas. Like, and we had a red Solo cup. And I was like, can we please have gas? So whatever was in the cup, we poured out. And we siphoned like this much gas and we poured it carefully into this shitbox dinghy, and it got us out to our boat. And the drunk fisherman helped us navigate the boat back to where we were supposed to be. Because it was too dangerous to anchor, they allowed us to raft the boat, which means tie it up alongside their bigger, like 60-foot commercial fishing boat. And we spent the night there. And in the morning, we were like, so fucking embarrassed. Like we wake up and we're like tied to this fishing boat.
So on your way out to the boat, so clearly you just like didn't anchor the boat properly or tie it off properly.
We did not anchor the boat properly, and the wind blew it off anchor.
See, what I would be, was there ever the thought in your head as you're dinghying out to your boat that our boat has been stolen by Thai pirates, and right now there are 2 to 5 Thai pirates on our boat partying, celebrating their newest venture, and
with
we
the lights on
are about to fight 5 Thai pirates at night.
I don't know. I actually don't. I think we went into some real potential danger by not considering that, honestly.
Yeah, because that's where I thought the story. I was afraid. Like I was like,
what was really amazing was that it made it all the way out there without hitting anything.
Yeah.
Because there were some other boats in between where it was and where it fucking ended up.
Yeah,
and it didn't hit anything. And that was really, really lucky. And the anchor was still there. So it ripped the anchor out of the ocean floor, but it didn't rip it off the boat. So the anchor was going to dong, 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 dong along some of the ocean floor, which kept it. It slowed it down. It didn't, you know. And if we partied one more hour, fucking this thing was gone. And with everything we owned on it. I mean, with everything, who knows where the fucking thing would have been.
When you said you stopped in the middle, I thought like, oh, they're about to get like hustled for like $1,000 or something.
Oh man. Well, we gave them the amount of money we gave them was enough for these guys to live on for like a month. I mean, we gave
they could have bought a new dinghy, no problem.
We gave them real drunk white people money. I mean, it was just like, take everything, just get us to the fucking boat, you know. And it was real sheepish and embarrassing.
I mean, they had a great morning. Like
those guys were stoked.
They're just trashed, making more money than they make in weeks.
Yeah,
to drive a bunch of retards out to.
Yeah.
They weren't very good at their jobs.
Man, we weren't very good at being tourists. We fucked up. So that was after that. I was straight by the book, and I've chartered other boats, you know, in other places since then. And I tell everybody when we get there, like, listen, we are not second guessing this book for 1 second, because it will be horrible if we do. Finn, do you want to come up?
Do you get seasick, Matt?
No. I love the motion of the ocean. I do not.
It doesn't really bother me either.
Really?
Yeah. Every time I've been on one, like when it's been like pitching, I'm always like, when are people like going to get sick? When's it normal to get sick? And then it's like people will start vomiting. And, like, no, it just doesn't really bother me. I'm lucky.
We most of the charter boats now are catamarans. They're not as nice to sail, but they're really dope to live on. They're fucking big and really comfy, and they stay flatter and more stable, and so you're less likely to.
Why aren't they as nice to sail?
So this gets into some real sailing nerdery, but a monohull boat, a traditional sailboat, you can't sail directly into the wind, right? You can sail side wind, you can sail downwind with the wind, and you can sail really anything in between. But sort of the mark of a great boat is how close you can sail to the wind. And a monohull boat can probably sail about 15 degrees off the wind. So if you're trying to go upwind, you would zigzag and it would kind of look like this. Catamarans, because they have shorter keels, the fin underneath the boat. They have shorter keels, they're less effective, and so they can only sail about 30 degrees off the wind. So instead of doing this, you're doing this. So when you're going upwind, it takes you way longer to get there by sail. So
the two hulls don't serve as a keel, I guess. I would have thought
they have like short keels, but the one long keel of a monohull is more effective than the two short keels.
What's that thing Kevin Costner had in Waterworld? That's a
trimaran.
Yeah,
that's 3 hulls. Yeah,
that's badass.
They're fucking kind of cool, actually. You see some really, really wild designs, and there's some, the new like all computer designed yachts and stuff. If you look up some of the like mega yacht trimarans and stuff, there's some really, really bananas James Bond shit going on. Yeah,
that's cool.
And they're fast.
He had that like kite sail that he would launch out of the cannon.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he did have that. But have you seen like what the newest like America's Cup boats are? Have you looked at any of that kind of stuff? So if you were to Google like the current generation America's Cup boats, they're hydrofoils. So they rise out of the water like those foil boards, but they're sailboats, and the sails are not even cloth anymore. They're carbon fiber wings, like a vertical airplane wing, and they are fucking fast. I mean, they go like 40-50 miles an hour. And
it looks absurd. I'm looking at it. All right,
they're insane, right?
It looks like science fiction.
Yeah, that's a cup boat now. And it's just like in the fucking air. I mean,
it's not a boat.
Really, yeah. So
the only way I can
you
believe,
can't fool me.
Yeah, the only way I can believe this is if in my mind I'm like, it's about to come down, on the next thing. But
I mean, here's how you know it's hardcore. Those guys on that boat are wearing helmets.
That's what I was about to say. Not just helmets. They look like Power Rangers. What are they wearing?
Yeah. If you I really recommend watching some of the video coverage of the America's Cup, because these fucking things rip. They are so fast, and they fucking capsize. Like they're really kind of on the edge to sail, and they capsize and send people fucking flying. I mean, it's gotten very dangerous.
I bet that thing.
I had no idea how many people watched these events.
Yeah, full carbon.
What is that thing on the right? That wing.
So that's the hydrofoil. So you can see what you're looking at. The one on the right is it's adjustable. So it's actually lifted up right now to reduce the drag. And you can only see the horizontal one. The one on the left is lowered, and it's in the water, and so the whole boat is sitting on just the load of that.
I see it.
Port
The wind is coming
oil
from the right.
Yeah. Crazy, isn't it?
It's super.
What are they
I like it a
cranking
lot.
down there when like they're bending down, just going like this? What are they
The
doing?
winches. So those are these guys. So those are connected to the winches that trim the sails. So they're just connected to ropes. So like on your average sailboat, the winch looks like a drum, and you'd crank it like this.
Yeah.
So by doing it this way, it's just a faster way to do it. Yeah, the winching.
You can tell this is like physically strenuous because there are no fat people on any of these boats in the races I'm watching. Like they're like fit. Like when you're watching a bobsled team at the Olympics, you're like, oh, they just get in a bobsled and go. It's like, no, those guys are fucking yoked. They're shredded, like low body fat. They figured out the exact body you want to luge
And they have like smaller versions of those types of boats. Like they have like what some really like there's like a boat called an International 14, and there's some smaller dinghy foil boats where it's like a 2-person boat, and they're standing. You know, you have to use your body weight to counter the wind, and so they're on these things called trapezes, which where you're hanging down off the sails and you're standing on like scaffolding, and you're well the fuck off the hull of the boat. You're just like in the air. It's very very wild. Sailing is very cool.
Like
it still doesn't look real.
Like Kevin Costner.
Remember when he was hanging? Yeah.
Well, I used to do this thing when I would race. I used to, when I was a kid, race on big boats. I was like a pretty big dude, so I was a winch guy on a crew of like not one of these crazy fucking boats, but like a faster sailboat. And I would do this thing called spinnaker flying, which is the big balloony sail. When you go downwind, when you go upwind, you've just got the 2 sails. And then when you go downwind, they fly the big balloon sail in the front. And that's called the spinnaker. And so the spinnaker has a pole on one side and then a rope on the other side. And you use the pole to spread the sail out. Well, somebody gets to hang from the pole. And that was my favorite shit ever. And you would be up there and you would physically hold the sail open while hanging out 20 feet in the air over the ocean. So if you Google a picture of spinnaker flying, you get a guy hanging up in the air, and that's one of the most fun things you can do. It's basically like parasailing, but you've got something to do.
Have you done any long sails?
I did an Atlantic crossing once.
Whoa.
Yeah, not by myself, but on a bigger boat with like 12, 13 people. It's weird. It's cool, but it's weird. It's like not seeing land for a long time is weird.
And long sail is just the traditional looking one. Like if I were to imagine a sailboat,
it was just a big. Yeah, it was
That's
big
spinnaker flying.
No, that guy's like on vacation. That guy's like hanging there like a swing.
I think this is like recreational spinnaker fly, because like when I was Googling, there was like places you can go to do this for fun.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah. No, if it was in like in a race, what would you call that?
That doesn't look stable, what that guy's doing.
Well, he's not I don't think that person's going anywhere. I think that boat is on anchor and they're just hanging out there like a swing. Yeah.
It doesn't look like, I don't see why one side wouldn't dump the air out of it. I don't see is he carefully managing the 2? Is he very skilled? It looks like a tourist.
It might be. I've never actually seen someone do that, but I mean, what's the worst thing that happens? You fall in the ocean? I mean, who cares? Probably all right.
Yeah, probably. Well, I mean, probably the worst can be swing.
What would be very weird about that
the
picture
worst thing that could happen?
Boat looks like it's faced downwind.
Lightning.
And so a boat on anchor would be faced into the wind, which you do that off the other side of the boat. So that might be some kind of staging there. Not really sure. But yeah. Atlantic Crossing was on a 78-foot sailboat. It was a more traditional, monohull, big sailboat. Yeah.
Were you like a crew member on that ship? Or?
Yeah. I had very little responsibility besides doing.
So where did you go in Europe? I guess Europe.
It was England to Long Island, basically.
Oh, you came home.
We went. Yeah, we went west.
Ah,
yeah.
Wow, cool. That's awesome. That's a really cool trip. Woody's always wanted to do that, and that might be the way to do it if you think about it, is to fly there and sail back.
I can't remember what the reason. I think they go both ways. I'm not sure it matters, but you can do. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to sail. You could sail to Bermuda, or you could sail to whatever.
It's not hardcore enough.
Okay.
Well, Woody, didn't you want to do it alone, or am I making that up?
Oh, alone?
Woody wants to do it with as few people as possible.
Solo would be the coolest way to do it, but
you start to go fucking a little crazy, right? You get a little volleyball, a handprint on it, something.
Matt, tell me if I'm right about this. I'm pretty sure there are websites where people just seek out crew. And of course, the horn dogs fucking typically want like 21-year-old girls, but some people just actually want crew. They'd rather not be alone. And you can be like, all right, here
What's
I am.
the website?
Ready to help.
I don't know the website, but I mean, there is Facebook pages and shit like that for like yacht crew for sure, where you can employ people. And I mean, I met people. We chartered a boat in Tahiti in the beginning of 2020, right before fucking lockdown. Oh, there you go. Crewseekers.net. There you go. We met some people in Tahiti that were like the senior citizen couple, and they work for the yacht charter company. And all they do their whole life is shuttle yachts all over the world where they're needed. So they were there in Tahiti, and they were on a boat that they had just sailed from the Caribbean. And it was like 35 days, at sea through the Panama Canal and out across the Pacific Ocean. Yeah, it seemed like a nice retirement. They had a lot of books. They had like 50 books. They had a bunch of extra drums of fuel because they were motor sailing. They weren't doing pure sailing. And
I see people like raising young families on YouTube. There's a couple, of course, there's Sailing La Vagabond, who's been on the show, but there are others who are like homeschooling their kids on these small yachts, sailing around the world. And I kind of want to fast forward 15 years and see how the kids turn out. Like, are they like amazing people with this worldly experience that you don't get out of high school? Are they weird homeschool kids that
I would bet that they're more the former. I bet that they're not like purely on the boat and not interacting with other humans. Those folks go to ports. They go, they don't just stay in the middle of the ocean. They'll go from place to place and spend a couple weeks or months, living on their boat, but at the dock. And when we travel, we see those kinds of people on yachts that are clearly being lived on full time. And I would bet that they develop very interesting perspectives. I think they're probably really interesting folks.
I'm kind of open-minded about like alternative ways to raise a family. I didn't do it, but if it's your thing, like I'm here for it. Let's see how it turns out. You don't have to do it. There's no rules on this. I don't know. When I see people doing it, like, we're doing something different. We're going to homeschool our kids responsibly. We're going to make sure they know algebra, but we're also taking them all around the fucking planet by sailboat.
I bet those kids come out more normal than you'd think with very open minds and
better than
interesting
normal
perspective. Maybe, yeah.
Like, what's so great about a fucking 8th grade in rural Alabama?
Nothing.
8th grade anywhere. It sucks.
Yeah,
if the alternative is Thailand and Tahiti and Bali and Africa and India and whatever the fuck
I went to 8th grade in New Jersey. It didn't make me great. If someone else did it going from Tahiti to Australia to freaking Turkey, then like maybe their experience is at least as good.
And like the homeschool thing was almost like self-fulfilling in a way, because like the kids like in my high school that would come from homeschool that like played sports a lot and they were in public activities, they just kind of seamlessly moved in because it's like, oh, there's Timmy, he plays on our soccer team. Hey, you go to school here now? That's awesome. Oh yeah, we're gonna hang out this weekend. It was the homeschool kids that were like locked up at home, no public sports, no exposure, that like just talked to their mom all day. Those were the weird ones, and it made you go like, oh, Jill is super noticeable. All these homeschool kids are weird. And it's like, no, but Tim and Sam and Sarah, they all they're normal. So I don't think it's nearly as bad as people think, as long as you give them lots of extracurriculars.
True. So we used to go on these long cruises and so every so often they move the cruise ship. They'll be like, all right, we do cruises in Florida, but now we're doing them in the Mediterranean. And you can be on that cruise that relocates from Florida to the Mediterranean. We would do that. You meet interesting people on that, the kind of people who take an expensive cruise and 3 weeks off. Yeah. And one of the families we met, they were a traveling bunch of actors. Their source of income was to go to like small towns, nursing homes, stuff like that, and perform Shakespeare. And they lived in an RV where they homeschooled their kids. They called them Rhodes Scholars. Get it? And I don't know. They were an interesting group of people. We met. They actually came and performed in North Carolina, not a year or two later, and we synced up with them and saw the family again. But it's cool. If that's your bag, doing something new, doing something a little different, and raising your kids in a more open way. Nah, I give it the thumbs up. Give it. So
they have a new yacht that's being built right now, and this is at the probably other end of the economic spectrum. And this yacht is the biggest and longest super yacht ever built. And it has 39 apartments in it, condos.
What's it called? I want to look it up.
Oh fuck. I'll find it. Hang on. There's 39 apartments in it, and each one is longest.
The Azam.
Called, yeah, here it is. It's called Somnio, SOMNIO, and it has these apartments in it, and you can buy the apartments starting at $11 million.
Ooh, that's not so bad.
So this boat will just full time be circling the world, and you fly into wherever the nearest major city is, and then chopper to the boat, and you have an apartment on the boat. It's yours permanently. I mean, imagine $11 million for an apartment on a, like, you could buy a sick fucking yacht for $11 million.
Yeah.
Like the sickest yacht for $11 million. You know what I mean? But
has it been successful? Like, have they found enough buyers to make this thing float and travel and like? Because
they're building it. I mean, they are building the boat.
It.
Yeah, the boat. That
we'll
photo
see.
was a rendering, but they are building this boat.
Buildings get halfway built, and ships. It might end up in some other direction, but
yeah. I mean, one of the there you go, 728-foot Somnio,
you gonna get one, Matt?
Vessel.
You seem interested?
No, dude. If I was gonna have a boat, it would be something that I could use. That would be big enough to live on for a week or two at a time, but small enough that I could manage it pretty much by myself. I don't want to be paying a crew. Under 50. Under 50 for sure. My pops has a 48-foot powerboat. He doesn't like to sail, but he's got a 48-foot powerboat, and I can manage that totally by myself. And I've lived on it for a week and a half at a time, and that's about right. Yeah. So I would fuck with that.
It looks awesome. I mean, I know those are just renderings, and that's
it looks insane. Flat on its face. Insane. Yeah.
But it looks sick.
I mean, the mega yacht space right now. You know what we've seen economically in the last 2 years is the folks who have are really spending, and so we've seen insane yacht builds that have been finished and delivered, and it's 300 footers, and I mean just the fucking craziest shit that people are doing with their boats. And I talked to a guy. I have a friend. I'm kind of a watch nerd, so
yeah,
I know this guy Simon Wolf, who has a company called Wolf Watch Winders, and they're those things that oscillate and they keep your watches wound. And he's talked to me about people who build into their yachts a 300 watch winder cabinet. Which is Christ. Like, I mean, if you think about the implications of all that, it's like, oh my God.
They're not putting fucking Timexes in there.
I know. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that side of it.
Just a huge amount of money to commit.
He's like, think about the implications of that. And I'm like, that is some complicated furniture. He's right.
Yeah, no. And I'm talking about probably, these watches are $100,000 to $1 million, each of them.
So is the furniture.
So is the furniture. Yeah, that's probably that unit's probably $2 million.
I'd be so scared it would sink all the time when I wasn't there.
But the problem now, maybe I'm thinking of this wrong. Maybe I'm just not good at delegating. But if I had a 100-meter yacht, it's a big yacht to me.
So that's a big yacht to everybody. 100 meters. It has a huge fucking boat.
It has a crew on it that works there. It
lives there permanently.
As Matt knows, but maybe not everyone fully understands that when you have a boat in the water, is in a constant state of deterioration. The ocean is attacking it. It is drying out the wood. It is there's algae trying to grow on it. Houses are deteriorating. Yachts do that times 50. So now you have a new job: maintain the yacht, like keep that thing going. And I guess you can just delegate it all if you're wealthy enough. Be like,
well, you do to the crew, yeah. I just went to a car and boat show.
Crew. I guess you delegate to a guy that hires the right crew.
The captain. Yeah, you delegate. You hire a captain, and they hire the crew.
It just feels to me like I have a new business that has only expenses and no revenue that I need to manage.
It could have revenue. You could rent the boat out. You could charter it. It could have revenue, and people do that.
You're right, and I guess I kind of knew that, but didn't think of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they make money or if they just slow their losses.
No, they just offset expenses. I was just on a boat and I went to this car show in Newport, Rhode Island, and Newport is really like a yachting kind of place. Mm-hmm. And so there was a party adjacent to the car show that was on a boat, and the boat was 160 feet, which is a fucking big boat. We're talking about like 8 bedrooms, bitchin' boat, bigger than 85% of the world's homes. Mm-hmm. And the boat was for sale because they were using the party to promote the sale of the boat. And this was a boat that was built like in 2008. So we're, 12, 13-year-old boat. And just for a sense of scale, they wanted $18 million for the boat. And we met the captain, who was a very nice man, had been on the boat for 10 years. And he said that it was $2.3 million a year to operate.
Jesus
Christ. Which included everything. Yeah.
It's too much.
It's just a whole other sense of financial scale. I can't work in those with that many zeros. But we did go in the engine room, and the engineer was like a very Spicoli like character. I mean, I don't know if he was baked out of his face, but the engines were twin 16-cylinder diesels with turbos like this. Like I'm making a beach ball with my fucking hands. Mm-hmm. And they made 3,500 horsepower each. And
that is somehow a lot and not that much.
Right? It's both. It's both a lot and not that much. But the boat did 30 miles an hour, which imagine a 160-foot boat going 30. That's ripping. I mean, that's I
wonder what a cruise liner can do.
20s, middle 20s probably for a big cruise liner. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we went that fast most of the time.
No, they don't. They have like a a
they're going in the high teens or 20. Yeah.
And also it might be like kind of uncomfortable for passengers.
I didn't consider that. I bet they also just have like a time they'd like to get there.
Oh, there you go. Zach said the average cruise ship was 20 knots, and that's a knot is 1.2. So you're 24, 25 miles an hour.
Yeah. People don't know. Here's the knot conversion. Every 7th knot is an extra mile per hour. So 7 knots is about 8 miles an hour.
Yeah.
14 knots is about 16 miles per hour.
Fancy. I did not know that. I remember that.
Very fancy to talk in knots.
Yeah. Why do they
Aviation
do it? Why don't
people talk in knots too? I don't know why. I wish they didn't.
Why do they do it?
I don't know. It's like, why do military people talk in fucking clicks?
Yeah.
I think it's more efficient.
Doesn't mean anything.
A click is a kilometer.
A click is a kilometer, right?
Yeah. Is a mic a mile?
Just say
I don't know.
Mike to me always means M. It's like a
meter.
It's situational. I think it's just abbreviation for the letter M. That's look. I certainly wasn't in the military, but that's what I've seen is that whenever they need to say like M, they'll say Mike sometimes because like I know like 40 millimeter they often call 40 Mike.
So
knots might predate miles. I think knots might be an older, like fucking.
It's definitely
like older. Sailing charts still use fathoms. Like I don't know how fathoms are helping. Yeah, a fathom is 6 feet.
I wish they still put the monsters on the sailing charts.
Ooh,
the sea
like an old globe.
Put a fucking Kraken down there in the bottom left. Let's go. Throw Cthulhu up in the top right.
I looked up the mic thing because I was really curious, and Kyle kind of nailed it. Well, he's things about microphone, but in context, it can mean minutes and it can mean miles.
Yeah, interesting.
So, okay.
Yeah, and I've said I've often seen it mean millimeter or meter.
Oh, really? Oh, meters
with regards to like gun stuff.
Yeah, so like when they're whenever I've heard someone refer to 40 millimeter and they have been in the military, they always refer to it as 40 Mike. 40 millimeter being like that's the underbarrel grenade launcher that you might find on a rifle.
What size shoots Pepsi cans?
You can buy those. I think they just make their own thing. My guess would be that it's not even a guess. It's got to be below 40 millimeter because you're a destructive device at 40 millimeters. So that's why a lot of the civilian legal underbarreled stuff is 37 millimeter. That's kind of the industry standard.
Is there one you can actually fit a fucking Pepsi can in?
Yeah, it'll launch.
That's a thing.
So
like a potato gun, but for Pepsi can.
Yeah, and you can
me.
fill the Pepsi can up
Reckless.
with like concrete or like glue or whatever to make it like a real projectile.
It's
I mean,
it's like
just
a cannon.
leave it full of Pepsi to fuck you
Don't
up.
do anything I say because
Fuck
I don't want to be
me.
liable for it.
Wow. That's crazy. I don't want
Does
to
it use a bullet to propel it? What? I think
I think
that
they use
right.
blank cartridges. I've never fucked with one.
Okay.
I'm clicking on this link for sure. That you just sent me this Pepsi can link
I'm pretty
Holy
sure it's illegal
fuck,
in
look at that
California.
thing.
You
for
can't shoot it.
$200. Jesus.
Oh, the one I saw was underbarrel, but this thing's cool also.
This
Yeah,
just
that's standalone as
replaces
well.
your complete fucking AR barrel with a can launcher.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like an upper, right?
Show the
Yeah.
link, Zach.
I haven't looked at one
We're
in
all
forever.
talking about something they can't see.
That is about all it is.
That is nutty looking.
I
Wow.
want to see this thing in action.
Thank you.
A Pepsi
And
can
25
fire.
There's plenty of YouTube videos of people fucking.
Yeah.
With it. Yeah. You can do the one that shoots the golf balls too.
Do you think if you wanted to actually launch soda cans is an AR blank the way to go, or do you want to go with either the compressed air or the propane of the potato gun?
I think that if you wanted, for the cool factor, having it in the AR platform is neat, being able to aim and stuff. But because anything else, those other two things you described are going to be big and bulky, but they're probably like more powerful in the long run. They're definitely more powerful in the long run. Or you could even do black powder. You could go hardcore and just take.
God.
You could think of this as a mold for a projectile, right? You know, fill this, like I said, with like concrete or like wood glue, let it hard, or a resin, some sort of like binary resin that you let harden up in there. And you could even weight that with like lead shot. You know,
you guys are fucked up. These are things I have never considered.
I mean, we make it explosive if you give me a few minutes. I just need to think a little.
True.
You want gas in there?
Bro, back in the day, I made that anarchist cookbook, napalm, the styrofoam and gasoline. I made that shit when I was a kid.
What'd you burn with it just to test it with?
What did I burn? I think whatever the bucket was that it was in, I think is what I started with. We used to do
modern...
like the pineapples, the quarter sticks, in between a tripod of shaving creams and a lot of duct tape. Those were pretty powerful. Those were
with the napalm. The interesting thing, like modern gasoline doesn't have a high enough benzene content in it because of environmental stuff and probably cancer regulations too, to properly dissolve like modern styrofoam. So what I did was I went and ordered a big bottle, like a liter of benzene, and I had never seen a bottle with that cartoonish skull and crossbones on it before. But when you order a fucking bottle of a liter of benzene off a chemistry website, there's a skull and crossbones on that motherfucker. I should have kept it. And I bought, like, you can buy packing peanuts in those enormous bags.
Oh yeah.
Like enormous. They're like 8 feet tall and there's so big around you can't hug them. I bought 2 of those. 2 of those dissolved into 4 gallons of gasoline, and there was it was still eating more. Like you would just dump them as fast as they would go into gasoline with a liter of benzene mixed in, and it just ate it.
If you were to find like race gas, you would think that would work? Does that, if like you get like C16, does that have benzene?
Like that
in
110 octane stuff?
Yeah.
I doubt it. I don't know. What I did was I just read up like a little bit about making napalm, and I read that someone mentioned the benzene content. I bought my own benzene and I made my own napalm, and it was gooey. Like you'd stick a stick in there, and so I loaded that in my backpack flamethrower, and so
Fuck me.
That increases the range by like triple.
Oh,
because
really?
Because otherwise you're just sort of like, it's like when you take a spray paint can and like light a lighter, how everything's just immediately being lit up and vaporizing right there. But with napalm, you've got like this sticky
It's got a mass. Yeah, it's got a mass to it.
It's sort of like flicking it. It's like flicking some cum off your hand or something. Like it's that shit goes. And when it hits, it's like it's that honey, sticky, gooey shit, and it just sticks to whatever it hits and burns it. It's nasty stuff to fuck around with.
That sounds really sketchy.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
That sounds fucking sketchy.
Yeah, the only thing scarier than that is thermite that I've fucked around with. I'm sure white phosphorus is terrifying, but I wouldn't fuck around with that. But thermite, I've lit with flamethrowers before too. I put thermite all over a car.
Is that the stuff that you can like shoot it with a gun and it explodes too?
That's tannerite. So tannerite's a binary explosive.
Yeah.
Thermite is the stuff they use to like weld on like railways and stuff. You mix it's like a maybe iron oxide with like aluminum powder and a couple other ingredients. I don't remember the formula, but when you get it heated up to the proper temperature, which is a little difficult because the proper temperature is high, like in the hundreds and hundreds of degrees, it starts this chain reaction where it just goes. It burns at like thousands of degrees really quickly and melts down immediately in this wild,
you can't put
crazy
out
reaction. You can't put it out. No,
you can't put out thermite. It just
what do they
burns
use
out.
They use it to weld railways.
They use it to take down buildings on 9/11.
Oh,
it's used it's used. Yeah. It's used for all sort of things, but it's this basically it's something you can bring in a can that you can pour right here, and you can create an incredibly hot situation that's going to destructive is what I was looking for. Like it's used for sabotage a lot, like by militaries and stuff. You can destroy an engine block or a huge piece of expensive hardware or infrastructure with it really quickly. But I think in the old times they used it to like weld railways together.
I think they use it legit in the demo industry too.
Probably. I don't know much about that. All I know with demo stuff is like, explosives with the people that fucked around with that. But yeah,
that seems incredibly sketchy.
Buy it right off the internet.
Get the fuck out of here. Can you?
Amazon.
Thermite? Yeah, y'all want some thermite? Get some. It's fun to play with.
You definitely have to pay for that in Bitcoin, right?
No. I use my Amazon credit card.
Here it is on Amazon.
Oh, they have fuck out of here, really? Seriously?
We'll get
Let's go Black Friday thermite deals.
I can have it by Friday.
Coupon code PKA.
That is fucking crazy. Are you serious?
Yeah,
I am.
It's real fun to fuck around with. I don't know about Cali's so weird about stuff. Like I was going to recommend. Like I know you like toys. I was going to be like, you got a flamethrower, but like I think that's the place where they're actually illegal.
They're definitely illegal. We have a real problem with fires. I don't know if you've heard.
We don't have a problem with fire here. We have flamethrowers to deal with. It's
good out here right now in the fire.
We've been fighting fire with fire for a long time here.
It's almost Thanksgiving, and it was fucking 82 degrees today. It's interesting.
That's awesome. That's cool.
I
do you
like
not
it
like that?
Here.
Dude, I like it cold.
I like it in the short term. I'm acutely aware of what I think the implications are of that, but I don't.
No, you're in the Goldilocks zone of climate change. Just enjoy it.
Right.
Just enjoy snow not being as big of a problem. That's a problem for us many years from now.
Mm-hmm.
I like that I can go in the ocean in the morning and then go skiing in the afternoon if I want. I can do both of those in the same day.
I will say your ocean's cold though.
Most of the time, yeah, it is. It's fine. I have a wetsuit. Well, 2 mil gets her done.
Yeah. Does it go down your arms? Is it long sleeve?
It is. I have a full one, and then I have a shorty for other things. You never know.
Yeah, it's exhausting to swim with long sleeves and a wetsuit. People don't know, but it's
it is
exhausting.
Yeah, but isn't it amazing how efficient wetsuits are? Like the wetsuit is like such a simple thing, but it's like, holy fuck, is that an efficient piece of clothing? Like it works so well.
I imagine they're much better than my like teenage wetsuits from 30 years ago and stuff. The zippers,
the zippers and like the layering of the neoprene around the zipper for sure. But like, I don't think it's that much different.
The neoprene itself is probably about the same, but the tape seams didn't seem to stay taped long enough. And because I wore wetsuit all the time, and the zippers were always leaky.
Yeah, no,
they're almost a good thing because you pee in that wetsuit, so you want a little water exchange.
That's the move. Yeah, that's how you really stay warm. In continuing my tale of doing expensive white people sports, I was a scuba diver for a while, and I had a range of them.
You ever do any horse dancing?
My sister did. My sister for her bar mitzvah got a horse.
I know. I thought you were going to say my sister is a horse dancer. Yes.
No, she did. Well, she did dressage, which is basically what that is pretty much what horse dancing is. And she did these things called hunter paces, which is a weird equestrian sport where they have a trail through the woods. It's like a 30 or 40 mile trail, and they send like 100 horses and riders down the trail one at a time. Mm-hmm. And they time you. You clock in, you clock out, and the horse and rider with the closest to the average time wins.
What the fuck?
And
what a
my
dumb
sister
way to pick a winner.
It is dumb, but I'll tell you something. My sister won like 10 of them in a row. She had the most average horse that there ever was.
So average, my sister. There was nothing remarkable.
What is the strategy for that?
Go last.
Get the right horse, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, go last. That's how you win, right?
Yeah, it was a strange sport. I don't know. I guess it's
horse
like
dancing is such an uncommon sport. I feel like if you can be top 10, you'll make the Olympics. No, but top half, and they make the Olympics.
Yeah,
I mean, was on her college equestrian team. She brought the horse to college, which is a thing that you can do.
I didn't know
Bring
that.
your fucking horse to college.
Gosh, I thought Taylor's chimpanzee raising was kind of high end, but your horse dancing sister is next.
I got a friend who's like a school administrator out in East LA, like Norco, which is basically like almost where LA meets the desert. And they got some fucking caballeros out there, and they have students, straight up students who ride horses to school, like instead of a car.
Wow,
like in
that's
2021
awesome.
in Los Angeles. Like it's
no,
fucking
is this
nuts.
like super rich kids riding?
No.
No, these are actual
other way.
Cowboys.
Other way. These are some caballeros.
They couldn't afford a moped.
They have
a horse somehow.
Yeah, they have agricultural programs at this high school. Yeah.
Jesus,
wow.
Yeah,
I've been watching that show Frontier, so like that actually sounds kind of cool to me. Like riding the horse to school. Like,
you know what this dude says that the people who ride the horses are like kind of into it. He's like, that's like they go visit him in between classes and whatever. And fucking
you would have to be a horse guy to choose the horse, because like the terrain between them and school has to be so fucked for a cheap car not to be the correct answer.
Yeah. I mean, even like any horse is more expensive than like, a moped or like an e-bike or something.
Yeah, and you got to feed it.
I don't want to go into the weeds of motorcycles, but there are several that are very inexpensive trail-worthy options.
Yeah. Have you guys been fucking with e-bikes at all yet? Have you guys gone down the e-bike rabbit hole?
Just watch them on YouTube. I saw that you did a video on e-bikes, and it changed your mind about e-bikes, but I didn't see the video.
I have an e-bike called a vintage electric scrambler that is the fastest e-bike that you can buy, and it is shady. It goes they just upgraded the powertrain too, and it'll do 40, but it does 5 to 30 miles an hour in 5 seconds.
So this is an e-bike as opposed to an e-motorcycle.
Oh, I've ridden electric motorcycles as well. This is an electric bicycle that goes as fast as some motorcycles. But I did ride the Live Wire, which is the Harley Davidson that's not a Harley Davidson. Yeah, that's my bike. It's fucking so fast, dude.
Dude, I'm
that
looking
thing
at it.
Is like a MotoGP bike on the bike path. It rips.
That is a motorcycle with pedals.
I go through brake pads really fast on that thing.
Look at that. It has like mountain bike disc brakes.
Yeah.
But it is clearly a motorcycle with pedals.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't actually have to use the pedals. It has a
obviously.
throttle.
I want running boards. I want running boards.
Well, some of the bikes are like pedal assist or whatever.
Yeah.
But like this one has an actual throttle like a motorcycle. It rules.
Now, it doesn't have gears, I assume. Those are both brakes, front and rear brakes, those two levers I'm looking at.
It has front and rear brakes, and it has a regenerative brake. So when you lift off the throttle or when you squeeze the rear brake, it applies e-motor brake as well.
Which charges the battery. I get it. That's cool.
Yeah. But it's so fucking fast. And like you could be like, now I'm a pedestrian, now I'm a bicycle, now I'm a motorcycle, now I'm a bicycle, now I'm a motorcycle, now I'm a bicycle. Like you could be anything and however you want. But
you should need a license for that, but you don't.
And you should really wear a helmet. I don't all the time, but you really
none of these reviewers are wearing helmets.
A full face helmet. Yeah.
No, you should have a motorcycle helmet on for that.
I do have a motorcycle license, if that matters.
I guess I'm just talking about what should be. No,
you really should. And it's it has like 5 riding modes, 5 being the fastest and 1 being the slowest. And honestly, with this new powertrain in it, when I commute to work on it, because my office is like 6 miles from my house, when I commute to work on it, I use mode 2. Like I don't even put that shit in mode 5 because it just it scares me.
We have a couple of e-skateboards.
Oh yeah, those are gnarly.
I can use the top mode. but I don't want. It's not safe. It is not good. It goes so fast. You get speed wobbles. It accelerates so hard that you need to like hunker down and lean forward and prepare yourself for the launch that's about to happen. I use the pro mode, which is the second fastest mode.
It's appropriately named. You're like, oh, pro mode, yes. What's the fast mode called?
It's called GTR.
Hold the fuck on.
That's the name of it. Yeah, it's the fastest mode.
One of my customers in my shop just showed up on one of those real crazy stand-up scooters that's 2-wheel drive and has full suspension, and that shit is fucking shady too.
Dude,
it's so sketchy.
I like where stuff is going because like, I don't know. Somehow it's like scooters and bikes. They don't need license. There are no rules. They barely follow traffic rules, but they are pretty much car capable almost.
Yeah.
Like if you're going 40 some miles an hour, then in the city, you're a car.
Yeah.
But
totally.
you have no helmet, no protective gear, no license.
No laws.
And you're riding on.
It's too much.
You're swerving between cars, going on the sidewalk, bumping pedestrians, and then hopping back onto the street. It's hooligan shit, and it's fabulous.
Yeah,
it's making me nervous thinking about it.
Have you guys been? Have you been in any really fast electric cars yet?
I never have. No.
They're
What's
really
fast. Like, is a Tesla 3 really fast?
A 3 is pretty fast, but like a Plaid or a Taycan Turbo S. The Taycan Turbo S is so fast it actually made me like physically ill. I got really nauseous making the video of the Taycan Turbo S. And the Teslas, the Porsches, the performance is more consistent and repeatable. Tesla gives you the fucking shit your pants power once, but it needs a period of cooling down to do it again. It doesn't really have the consistency of power delivery or brakes that you would expect from a Porsche. But a fucking Tesla Plaid runs like a 9-second quarter mile. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
I just found your video on the Porsche 2020 Taycan Turbo S, and the name of the video is "It's Probably Too Fast."
Yes, it is. Because when you're driving those, especially on like the mountain roads where I drive, my car reviews, when you don't have gears or sound, you don't go, okay, this corner is going to be third gear, and you don't have any real frames of reference, and so you really, hi Cricket, that's Cricket, my insane cat, and you don't really have any frame of reference, and so you could enter a corner 40 or 50 miles an hour too hot, especially when these things are 700 horsepower and silent. The amount of speed that you are gathering in between each corner is extraordinary. And without the frame of reference for when and how much to brake, it can get really fucking hairy in some of those cars. And so
I've heard this about electric motorcycles, and I assume it's true with cars in that it's so quiet. You get feedback on what the tires are doing. Like you can hear a little bit of slip. You can hear like with the car going in like, I've never heard my tires. I can't hear them on my motorcycle. I have no idea, but it's like, you hear this sort of
right. So the downside is what I just said. You could enter a corner way too hot and not realize it. The upside is at the other end of that corner, assuming you haven't sailed it off a cliff, on the way out, as you're applying power, you can hear the individual tire. Oh, my front left is squealing a little here. Let me adjust my rear. And you actually, like what he said, you can use those totally different auditory feedbacks to control the car on the way out of the corner. Definitely.
You were on this show in the summer, or it might have even been a show before that, where you said that the Cybertruck was never going to happen.
I'll stand by that.
Still, no opinion change.
Where the fuck is it? The Ford Mach-E was announced to the same day the Cybertruck was. I currently own a Mach-E. It has 7,000 miles on it. Where's the fucking Cybertruck?
That's been one of my criticisms of Elon Musk. Like
that he's completely full of shit.
Well, that he gets one of mine being full of shit, right? If Ford said we're coming out with this thing, and then 3-4 years later there was no hint of it even starting, everyone would be mad at Ford. They would expect them to actually do things they're saying they're going to do.
Yeah.
Elon Musk was selling cars 3 years ago, telling people, dude, in a few months, I'm going to have software for this thing that will make it an automated taxi. This car will make money for you. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
That's not, that's not close to existing.
No, not even close. I mean, the way he gets past
and it was
is
ridiculous on the surface that was even. I mean,
but fools were buying it thinking it was real.
Yeah,
because this
the
guy
ultimate
was lying.
pre-order.
Yeah,
like getting a car that hasn't been invented yet, and Elon just distracts you
People
with
have
other
given him
promises.
Money
that he
for those
done.
Founders Edition Roadsters, 50,000, 200. The car doesn't exist.
Anytime he gets heat, he just launches another rocket, and everybody forgets about like the boring company.
Or fucking comes up with a guy in a robot suit and says we're going to build humanoid walking robots or something ridiculous like that.
That's easier than an electric truck.
Autopilot.
Skip that one. Go right to that.
He's been selling autopilot for like 10 years now. Autopilot isn't in reality isn't too much different than just like adaptive cruise control with lane centering.
It's just not at all.
Yeah. Right. So, but he's been selling it as a $5,000 option with this promise that it's going to be more of an autopilot type thing.
Yeah.
Cars have worn out. Right? Cars are like
people who got that option have returned their leases. You know what I mean? They never got anything for it. Yeah. He is the ultimate marketer. I mean, he literally sells things that don't exist. I mean, and people buy them, and then people invest in his company for it, and then his company is the most valuable car company in the world for some reason.
He's the richest man to have ever lived. Steve Jobs had what they called a reality distortion field, right? And he would go up there and he would say, "This new phone is magical. This new phone is crazy. Like it's going to change your life."
Right.
And you'd be like, "Oh my God, I want it so much." And then afterwards, it's like, "Oh, okay." Like when he said my finger was the best pointing device to have ever existed, maybe. I mean, but I bought it during the show, and now afterwards, I'm not sure he's right, but it's fine. Elon Musk is selling shit that hasn't happened.
That literally doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, Steve Jobs was a great marketer, and he might have been hyperbolic about certain things, as many great marketers are. But he fundamentally didn't take your money for a product that doesn't exist. I mean, you gave him money, you got an iPhone. You know what I mean? It wasn't. If you give me money now, I might have a phone for you in 7 years. It's
literally 7 years.
Yeah. And the Cybertruck, if you know a little bit about cars, not a lot, but a little bit,
your bar's too high.
You can look at that prototype, which is a straight up movie prop, and you go, you can't fucking build that. You just common sense just dictates that you can't build something that looks like that and sell it.
Again, the bar is too high. Why is that common sense?
So, and that to me is serious. The hucksterism part of it. But where I really get offended is the release of beta software to untrained people on public roads. The full self-driving beta, which there's tons of videos of it out on YouTube acting wonky as shit. Other companies, Argo AI, Cruise, Waymo, are testing autonomous vehicles, and they're using multiple redundant systems, cameras, radar, LiDAR, backup, and the people who drive those test vehicles are trained. They go through a very, very rigorous certification process, and the single digits of people pass those programs, 4 or 5%. They're engineers. Their literal job is just to monitor these systems. And they're insured by commercial insurance policies. There was one fatality in the Uber self-driving experiment, and the whole fucking program was canceled. The whole program. And Elaine Hellsberg, the person who died, her family won an enormous judgment from Uber, enormous settlement.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you?
No, it's okay.
Tell me if I'm wrong when I say this. I kind of like that Elon compares his software to actual people instead of perfection. There's a bit of a nirvana fallacy where you say, hey, this thing has one accident every 100 million miles. It's not ready. Whereas people have one accident every million miles.
Well, there's a couple things to that. One is Elon's data is cherry picked and not entirely accurate. The data he's using to compare his software is to compare it to all cars on the road today. The average car on the road today is 12 years old. There is no such thing as a 12-year-old Tesla Model S. It doesn't exist. That car came out in 2012. So if he only compares his data to cars that have ADAS, adaptive advanced driver safety systems, the data is not nearly as complementary towards them. So it's a selective data. Plus, if you're talking about humans have to be forgiven for their mistakes because they're human, right? They're human. But to sell a piece of software and then say you human are responsible for the behavior of this software, which that's what they're doing, right? If a Tesla running full self-driving beta runs over a person, it's the human who bought and insured that car who is financially responsible. So what he's doing is reaping the benefits and outsourcing the risks, which is incredibly dangerous. Like I was saying about the other companies doing AV research, they're assuming the risks. Their cars are commercially insured, operated by paid and trained test drivers. Tesla's just selling this shit to fucking regular old people.
Sounds like he's found a real loophole here to get his R&D done cheap as hell.
I mean,
I'm hanging on
pay
your
him
every
for it.
word, but I'm not convinced. Like, you're being heard, but I still love the idea of, like, we're not going to make progress if we don't try it. And
Well,
break a few
maybe,
eggs to
but
make an
other people
omelet.
are trying it more ethically, right? You know, you can Argo, Cruise, Waymo, they're trying it, but they're doing it in a safe and incremental way. I believe that you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet is not true when it comes to testing self-driving cars on public roads, because I haven't opted into the beta. I'm there on my motorcycle. I have not opted into that beta. I didn't sign the waiver. So the person using that system signs the waiver and opts into the beta, but they're on a road with everybody else. You know, the other people that are at risk, you know, these Teslas have crashed into 12 parked emergency vehicles responding to accidents that have had their lights flashing. If this software cannot at a basic level not slam into a parked police car or fire truck or ambulance, I would say this is not ready to be sold to the public.
Yeah, for sure.
But,
you know,
again, I just want to know how many times per mile that happens compared to regular drivers.
I don't think that's a fair metric. Because the regular driver is not necessarily optimized, right? We could have better training, we could have better certification, we could have more rigorous safety standards for our cars that could improve what the average driver is. And we don't need new technology for that. We don't need to invent some new thing for that. We could have that now if it was actually a priority. And so what is the average driver, and is the average driver optimized? Yeah,
I almost got into an accident today. It was partly my fault. I'll let you judge. I'll lay it out there. So I'm on the highway. It's an interstate, and I'm in the second to right lane. The right lane becomes a turn only lane. There's a car there, just sort of forward and to my side, that, in my opinion, is giving every indication that he's going to make that turn. Right? He's on that lane. He's taking the exit. Okay. It looks that way to me. The line changes from dotted to solid, you know, as they do before the exit. It changes from solid to that triangle that happens. And then he decides he doesn't want to take the exit. And he goes across the like double white line triangle that's happening and into my lane. I, being an imperfect driver, kind of freak out and steer left into the lane that, you know, to like make room for him. And then there was a guy there sort of behind me, maybe in my blind spot. And he's the hero in this story who spotted my asshole driving, got out of my way, and there was no accident.
Sure.
Now, on the surface of it, you'd think it was like maybe totally that guy's fault. But the thing is, I did change the song right around that time. Maybe a more perfect version of me would have like saw it unfold a little more smoothly and reacted a little more perfectly. But it was like, oh, fuck, that guy's coming across this double white line after you'd think you would. And I kind of panic steered. And like I said, the other guy was the hero in the story.
What song were you switching to?
I don't know. The one was too slow, and I wanted something a little more upbeat.
So here's the thing. In my opinion, if we could jump right from where we are now, which is humans drive the cars, to input destination and take a nap. If we could do that, that would be one thing, right? In order to do that, we'd have to redesign our roads. We'd have to pretty much ban all human-driven cars so that all cars could communicate with each other wirelessly, right? Because you need the car needs to actually be able to communicate with the other car, not just see it.
Can you imagine how efficient traffic would be?
It would be. I mean, it would be. We would be trading things away from our traffic.
I wish
but if we could do that,
I think
that
Elon's car deals with my situation better than me. It would not have stopped paying attention.
Well, I disagree with that. Okay. I think that in certain so what I advocate for is not a car where the human is responsible for babysitting a computer, which is what Elon's car is. Computer does some driving tasks, and you, the human, are responsible for taking over in an emergency situation. Humans are really bad at babysitting machines. Really, really bad at it. Humans are actually really good at driving. I know it doesn't seem like that because people die on the roads, and you can point to fatalities and you can point to accidents. And, oh, by the way, you didn't get into an accident. Okay. Maybe it wasn't because you didn't make a mistake or the other person didn't make a mistake, but a human solved that problem and an accident was avoided. Okay. And humans can be distracted by the radio or by their phone or by their kids in the back seat. But fundamentally, a trained human paying attention is a very good driver and will get to their destination 99.9999% of the time. An average human, gets a ticket for an infraction like once every 5 years, gets into an accident once every 30 years. It's really not common. So it's a very, average human does a lot of driving. So we think anecdotally that humans are not good drivers, but by and large, they really are. I
mean, I've always thought that because it's like, think about how long you're doing it. And
I know.
Like we just accept
to not die.
We just accept that the roadways are the way they are. But like so many times, even as a kid and even today, like as an adult, I'll be like, man, they just got that soccer mom going 80 miles an hour coming right at me. Yeah. And if I reached out far enough, I could touch her.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
we drive really close together, really fast in opposite directions.
It's insane that we do that.
If you want to see what it could be, watch the Top Gears where they go to India.
Yeah.
They just India. Yeah. 5 times as many people as here. They totally are, I guess, all against lines in the road. Yeah. It's just big amounts of pavement, and everyone's doing whatever they think is okay at the moment.
Yeah.
Like
there's studies actually that show that fewer road markings actually improve driver safety. Like they have fewer fatalities per capita in Vietnam than they do fucking here, and they have those schools of fish scooters kind of thing going on. But what I'm getting at is, if rather than going for this full autonomy thing, what if we designed a parallel autonomy system where the human drove the car, but the computers babysat the human? And basically, you still had to drive, but your car became fundamentally uncrashable. That is what I advocate for. And we can use, by repositioning our priorities and not trying to sell an autonomous vehicle that will drive for you, we could try to sell a car that will look over your shoulder and be very aware of your blind spot when you went to go merge and maybe take an evasive action on your behalf, or give you better warnings that this guy is going to come across. And we call this parallel autonomy as opposed to series autonomy, which is you press a button and the car drives for you.
That's an interesting idea.
And so I advocate for that, which would actually improve road safety.
Yeah, but I don't want to be safe. I want to be cool.
Well, Kyle, that is what Elon Musk is selling. He's selling coolness under a pretense of he's cherry picking data to make cool sound safe.
I like cherries.
Actually, it's not that safe.
A lot of wins here. So you said something that triggered a thought in my head that
Triggered.
people are bad at babysitting machines,
Mhm.
and it's because of the TSA. They watch luggage come through, and they're
Yes,
looking for
great
knives and
example.
guns. They're looking for knives and guns, and they're terrible at it.
Great example.
Because 99.999% of the time, there's no knife and there's no gun in that bag. So the bag just goes through. They get the right answer all the time. By just pushing the bag
100%
through.
true. Yes.
And then every once in a blue moon, some guy has a knife or a gun on it. Might even be a test, right? It might be a fellow, it might be a coworker who's trying to see if they're paying attention. And the reason they miss them so much is that you get lulled into a sense of the right action is to ignore it.
Yeah.
So when a car gets things right 99.9% of the time, people aren't going to catch the mistake because of that same.
Did you see the guy?
And here's what's interesting about 99.9. 99.9 is a number that sounds really good. But in the context of your car driving you somewhere, it's fucking terrible. Imagine if you got into an accident 1 out of 1,000 trips. If you get in your car 1,000 times, so how many times you get in your car 3 times a day, right? 3 times a day means once a year you're getting into a crash. That's fucking terrible. You're an awful driver. You know what I mean? So you need to be orders of magnitude better than that in order
that
to
happens.
be
That same thought process happens in aviation a lot. They're like, 99% of the time you'll be fine.
That's horrible.
99% of the time, aviation is okay is not very good at all.
Yeah,
that's awful. That's a terrible ratio.
You couldn't
Really
keep up with
bad.
manufacturing of airplanes if that were the case. They'd just be dropping out of the sky every day.
Yeah. So you know, I read Argo AI, which is an autonomous vehicle research firm. I read their safety briefing. It's like 50 pages, and you should give me a medal for reading that. And and the section on here's how we hire people, and here's our process of the people we hire, and it is exhaustive. They have a 12-week training program. They have all these different levels of testing. They have classroom. They have driving tests. They make them monitor the cars on a closed course and all this kinds of shit. And then at the end of this, only 4 to 6% of them actually get the job. And when they're out there driving those cars around or babysitting these cars as they drive themselves around, they are covered under an Argo AI insurance policy where if this car crashes into you, the company is responsible for it. You know, that Tesla doesn't do that.
That shows a lot more confidence in their system.
Well, it shows that they're taking responsibility for the liability and not just the upside, not just the fanfare, you know? And so in my opinion, to improve safety, you have to improve safety each step of the way. You don't get to say Machiavelli style, oh yeah, well we're gonna have some fucking crashes, but this is for the greater good.
Again,
I don't really buy
aim
that.
too high, Machiavelli style. So that's like Italian accents.
Yeah.
It's the Tupac version of Italian history. So you know, and especially because, like I said before, not everybody that you're sharing the road with has bought into the beta. You know what I mean? We didn't all agree that it was kosher to fucking hands off this bitch and send it. You know, I certainly didn't agree to it. And you know, the right to swing your fists ends at my nose, right?
Yeah.
So that's my opinion on Tesla semi-autonomous systems.
It doesn't have to do with the Tesla autonomous thing, but like when we were looking at the pictures of the Cybertruck, like it seems like almost structurally, you're like, no, structurally that's impossible. They can't make something like.
Well, he talked about an exoskeleton. I've talked to multiple material science engineers who are like, you can't fucking build that. Like that doesn't.
What's like the limiting factor?
How is it different than unibody? Well, he's saying he's literally saying the structure is the outside. A unibody has a real underneath structure to it. And I'm not an engineer, but I just don't think that works. And he's the kind of person who would throw some shit at the wall and then tell the engineers to go figure it out later. I mean, you know, and not that strategy has worked sometimes in the past. I mean, they've ended up with some interesting, sometimes successes by doing that. They've also ended up with some fucking horrible failures, like the Falcon wing doors on the Model X. and other
There's
stuff.
a thing
like
in
that.
Tesla culture, Elon culture, where they just say everything's easy. Oh,
Yes, it is.
self-driving is an easy problem to
Yeah.
solve. Self-landing rockets, that's incredibly simple. Everything's incredibly simple and no challenge for them.
When you're surrounded by yes men, and when people are financially invested in agreeing that the emperor is in fact wearing clothes, that's plus people want to believe. People have seen
it's fun.
future movies, and they want to believe that by investing in this and buying into it, that's how we get to those future movies.
I just devil's advocate. There's not a lot of money to be made in shorting Tesla stock.
Look, I mean, unfortunately, for me, who is an advocate of safety and who does not buy or sell any automotive stocks, I don't like to talk about the stock, because I think the price of the stock is not a good indicator of whether or not a company is doing good for the world. I mean, you could have probably people have made a lot of money on Tesla stock. And so if someone is out there with a purely financial motivation who invested in Tesla because they thought they could make money, that's cynical, but I can't be too mad at that. But I think there's people who will not say that the emperor has no clothes when the emperor has no clothes, because they're financially incentivized to fucking shut up about it because they're making money.
I wish people saw it the same way I did. Like, here's what Elon has actually done. He has rockets that land sometimes, and he's made a Model 3.
Yeah.
All the shit about the Boring Company. All
Oh
the
my
shit
God,
about
the
those
tunnel in
solar
Vegas.
roofs. Those solar roofs. Do you remember how great that was going to be? I
Yeah.
bought into it.
Yeah.
I thought I was like, yeah, this guy's incredible. He makes giga factories. I don't know how they're different than other factories, but they're giga.
Means they're
And-
big. They're giants. They're huge.
This guy makes these amazing batteries that I guess are better than other batteries. I
He
think
buys
maybe.
them from Panasonic. His batteries are Panasonic batteries.
I
Well,
know.
Panasonic, that's reliable. That's right. They're a no name in batteries.
Man, in 1985 stereo systems, there was nothing like a Panasonic.
I want to say that maybe he's making his own batteries now, or at least partly.
They've just started to, but the cars aren't using them yet.
Okay. But yeah, apparently he thinks he can make a better battery, and it somehow with that I was like, well, if he make good batteries, then he'll make great solar roofs, and you can't get them. You can't get them. Everyone's unhappy.
I mean, look, I will give this man credit where I believe it is due. He made electric cars cool, right? Before Tesla, electric cars were not very cool.
But they don't look cool.
And he built one that looked like an Aston Martin and went really fast, and it had an innovative cell phone-like interface. And now other companies have realized that is in fact what some people want out of their car. And so that has moved that industry forward by a lot. So he gets credit for that shit. I'll give him that. And the rockets are pretty cool. I'll give him the fucking rockets. The rockets.
He made mom cars that go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds.
Yeah. He didn't invent landing rockets. They had landing rockets before. But landing rockets are cool. So
okay.
God bless landing rockets. But there's a lot of utter horse shit that comes out of his mouth also. And so I really try to take a look at what is the reality of the situation regarding that company as opposed to the fantasy of it.
I think at one point this is on the show years ago, we were talking about the solar roof thing, and like it was like not a Tesla pushed article. It probably was Tesla pushed. It was on some like tech mag. Yeah. And like at the bottom, I think we all realized like at the current price point they had them set for, it's like, oh, so like my children's children could see savings. Like no, we're gonna need to get this a lot closer to like the commodity brand before anyone can jump into this. Because like at the point it was a few years ago, I remember it being like, oh, this is like something that Leonardo DiCaprio could do for the lark in one of his mansions, like a little fun project for him. Like he doesn't care about that amount of money.
And what we have now is other manufacturers that are better at making cars, actually assembling cars, are building some cool shit. I've got the Ford Mach-E, which is basically like a Ford Model Y that's assembled properly. I've got I've the Taycans, the Porsches are incredible. Audi has the e-tron line. I'm driving the Lucid in a couple weeks. The Lucid is the CEO is Peter Rawlinson, who was a high up at Tesla before leaving to go to start his own company. The Lucid is 1,100 fucking horsepower, by the way.
Is that a real horsepower? Because sometimes those electric horsepower are bullshit.
No, it's not. I know what you're talking about, where they just like add up in a really weird way. No, this actually is.
It feels like a car with only one gear, and that gear is fourth.
Yeah,
and, well,
the Porsches and the Audis have a 2-speed transmission. But the other ones are all single speed. Yeah.
So what about the Rivian? That has.
I haven't driven one yet. It looks cool.
You want the grill, don't you?
The Rivian grill?
No.
Oh, you mean the pull-out kitchen? The pull-out kitchen?
Pull-out kitchen.
People
Zach,
are into that shit.
Find a picture of the Rivian with the grill pull-out.
It's pretty dope.
I think the Rivian's kind of an unattractive truck. I don't know. It doesn't look nice to me. I don't like the look of it. The interior is fine, but the exterior is something about it.
I don't think it's great looking.
No,
it's all right.
I don't know. It reminds me of an old Nissan or Toyota or something. But
hard body, baby. Yeah.
But when I saw them pull that fucking kitchen out, and it's got like the conduction stove or whatever.
Shit. Induction burners.
I said conduction. Yeah. Induction. Yeah.
That photo is from when some of my friends at Motor Trend drove these fucking things across the country off road.
Huh. Oh, that's neat.
So these Rivians are really what's really neat about electric trucks is that when you have basically an unlimited amount of programming you can do with these differentials. That's not a mechanical link anymore. So you can do torque vectoring and brake vectoring and you can have them do like tank turns where they brake the inside wheels and overdrive the outside wheels and have really cool articulations, and they can do some.
Oh, that would
really
be cool
stuff.
if you could do like a just sit in place kind of thing where the left tires go reverse and really.
Have you seen the new electric Hummer that can crab walk?
I didn't know they still made Hummers.
They just brought it back. Have you not seen
they're making
the new
a 6-digit Hummer?
No.
Yeah.
It's fucking so. I mean, it's neat, but it's also like, are we going to save the world with a 9,000-pound, electric Hummer?
It's $100,000.
Yeah, it's expensive.
I had a rock crawling buggy.
Yeah,
and you could use any brake you wanted.
Yeah,
so
independent braking.
You put it in 4-wheel drive. You'd lock like the back right brake, and the other 3 tires would go, and it didn't exactly pivot on the locked brake, but close.
You know what? Actually, what gas vehicle has that is the new Bronco. The new Ford Bronco has this off-road tight turning thing, and you activate it, and then whichever way you turn the wheel, it locks up that inside wheel, and you can really pivot in a very tight radius. It's cool. But if you Google new Hummer crab walking, that'll give you an image because it has totally independent front and rear steering, and you can literally make it crab walk, which is actually pretty fucking cool.
That is neat.
I'm sure that thing will be really good off road, but just like Americans are not really capable of handling these really, really fast EVs. Like this is a truck that does 0 to 60 in, it's like fucking 9,000 pounds, and it does 0 to 60 in 4 seconds.
It's like a missile.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. That's a rendering, but there are photos of it actually doing it, like on the highway.
It exists because it's not Tesla.
Like
it does exist, and more importantly, GM hasn't actually taken money for it yet because it's not ready to fucking go. So
one of these assault trucks. When are they gonna? As soon as someone uses one of them in an act of terror, we're gonna need some legislation to slow you guys down
over fucking parades. You
take the new Hummer through a parade, you don't stop.
Dude, I didn't know how impressive the crab walk thing would be, but the compilation I got is literally just a guy in slow moving traffic crab walking, like bullying the lanes next to him into moving because it's a Hummer.
You thought it wasn't a Hummer? Oh no, it's still a Hummer.
No, everybody else is like, that's neat, but please stay in your lane.
It might be electric.
I'm in an 89 Civic.
I feel like as a driver, I might not. You know how like you see the wheel turn and I'm accustomed to the warning signs that a car is changing lanes. If a car crab walks, does it mess with me? Like, I wonder.
I mean, I'm sure at some point you've seen a car go down the highway with like completely fucked rear alignment.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's kind of doing that on accident. You know,
I
and
saw
it's
a
really
truck with its
disconcerting.
frame broken in the middle, and it was just kind of like behind the cab. Like
When they
dipping.
first came out with the Raptor like 10 years ago, and people really started hucking them off of jumps and shit, and they'd fucking really banana the middle of them.
That's funny.
Dude, I love that video so much.
I know the one.
It's from like 7-8 years ago, and it's that Yahoo taking his Raptor off a big boy jump. It's like a BMX jump. Like
Is that the
doesn't
one
make-
where all the airbags go off when he lands?
Yeah.
I love that.
he lands this like $75,000 truck, and it just goes poof.
There's a dude who makes YouTube videos who did that with the new Ram TRX, which is their version of the Raptor with the Hellcat motor in it, and he landed it and he fucking blew the whole he blew the whole thing out. He fucked it all up.
My friend just bought a new Dodge truck with you know like whatever the top of the line one is. It's not the TRX thing, and like all the accessories. And I was
Is
like,
it a
that's
Power Wagon by chance?
I don't know. It's scum.
Okay.
The Power
and,
Wagon branding is hilarious, but go
and,
on.
I was like, it's a pretty expensive truck, huh? He's like, yeah. I was like, how much would those run you these days? He's like, $90,000.
Yeah.
Well, it
I
must
just
be
had
a-
the TRX press car last week, and it's so ridiculous, and it was 95 grand. It was crazy.
$90,000 truck.
Wow.
This is a 700 horsepower pickup truck that is the width of an H1 Hummer and costs $95,000. And I had it for a week, and my cumulative fuel economy was 8.7.
Was
This
some
is the most antisocial, like offensive truck.
is Scum's truck a diesel, Kyle? Do you know?
He got the 2500. That's all.
That's
I
a
know.
diesel. Yeah, it's probably a diesel. Yeah.
Probably a diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful truck. It's a financial decision.
If you have a need for a giant truck, all right. But this thing was fucking. It was.
No one who
Yeah.
buys those trucks is in a line of work where they like need a truck. Like
No.
like the
No.
people
With the
need
vinyl
a truck
benches.
people are like Chevy 1500 Silverados or like a F-150 or a Tacoma.
12-year-old
I think
Tacomas.
he
Yeah.
needs to tow 25,000 pounds. I think.
How
that's the
fast does he
deal.
need to tow it?
A regular
If
truck
you're
does
actually
about
towing
10,000.
25,000 pounds, then I get it. Then
Yeah,
Then he
That's
needs
the deal.
a big truck. I don't know that he
Yeah.
needs one that's all decked
Yeah,
out
you
with.
get like a
massaging
dually.
Well, you gotta
seats.
do it in style.
I stand
Well,
corrected. Yeah.
I have to buy a truck for my shop soon, and because of the taxes, the tax rebates on vehicles that are over a certain weight, even though I only need like a half-ton truck, I am incentivized to buy a much bigger, heavier, and more powerful truck for tax reasons, which is
And for machismo.
yes, and of course, why
And for fun. You love everything with the motor in it, whether you're racing it or just sitting on a boat with the motor.
Right.
Like if it's motorized, you're all in, it seems like.
I mean, I like all kinds of stuff for different reasons, but I'm trying to not be wasteful. I'm trying to use resources in proportion to how much actual enjoyment and usefulness I get out of them. I
As
suppose
long as
that
it's
makes
not an
me.
environmental concern.
I suppose it makes me a lefty snowflake, but here we are.
Are there any really cheap hobbies you enjoy? Like outside of
Sleeping.
motoring? Okay.
Cooking and sleeping, podcasting, doing radio.
I also am a lefty snowflake, but only in words. My actions are that of a gasoline burning asshole.
Yeah.
I will ride across the country. I will go to a weekend in the mountains or at the beach. I travel all over the place in my pickup truck, but I wish that I wasn't.
The ultimate like do as I say, not as I do. Like,
Here I am.
well, you guys
I ride
gotta slow
around LA
down
on a
so I can
Vespa
keep
most of
doing
the
my
time,
trips.
So maybe.
Did you see who's going to be the new Superman?
No, what's his name?
No.
John
Real-
Krasinski.
Real quick, Kyle, before we get into that,
Really?
we're over on the
Oh.
ads. We're gonna hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors.
Before you do, I'm going to take this opportunity to gracefully bow out of the show.
Thank you for coming, man.
You know,
I enjoyed your company.
You guys get 2 hours out of me, and then I fucking go off a cliff pretty quick.
2 solid hours.
Two great hours.
Every time you come
doing
on,
the show, though.
there is a new aspect of you that I learned. The sailing thing blew me away.
Well, and we learned about Judaism today. I mean, it was really
That's what I appreciate.
You learned about
any
holidays
angle I
and
can
Jews.
get. I want to know.
horses, all kinds of shit. All right. Well, thank you guys. It's always fun hanging out with you, and follow my shit at the Smoking Tire, everything. And we'll do it in another 6 months. Yeah.
Sounds
I
good.
love it.
Happy
Take care, man.
Thanksgiving, everybody. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys later, and enjoy your ad reads.
Will do. Happy Thanksgiving.
Later.
Am I the only one that doesn't think the Jews should be allowed to celebrate Thanksgiving?
I think
Yes.
that would go against our earlier point of wanting to be able to like RPG max our vacation time character. Like anyone should be able to take time off for any bullshit holiday they want.
Woody gives me time off whenever I need it, though.
Well, I mean, people with people with jobs. Like
You're talking to me, though. You want me to relate to your little argument? You're going to have to make it, work in my little world.
So you just want to take time off from other people.
I guess. Like I don't.
I have things I want to buy, stores that should be open. We have supply chain issues. No time off for you guys.
This
us.
is Grinchery of the highest order.
Get back to it. Back to work.
All right. CBD isn't about what you feel, it's about what you don't feel. Stress, anxiety, pain, and Feals is a better way to feel better. Feals is a premium CBD that will help to keep your head clear and help you feel your best. It's hassle-free, delivered directly to your door. CBD naturally helps reduce stress, anxiety, pain, and sleeplessness. There's no hangover or addiction. Place a few drops of Feals under your tongue and feel the difference within minutes. The thing to remember about CBD is that finding your right dose is important, and everybody's dose is different. In fact, Feals offers a free CBD hotline to help guide your personal experience so that you find your perfect dose. The Feals customer service team is dedicated to making sure you get the best use of your CBD. Joining Feals monthly membership makes your self-care easy. You'll save money on every order, and you can pause or cancel anytime. Start feeling better with Feals. Become a member today by going to feals.com/PKA, and you'll get 50% off your first order with free shipping. That's feals.com/PKA to become a member and get 50% off, or 50% automatically taken off your first order with free shipping. Feals.com/PKA, feals.com/PKA. Check it out. It really does help if you're someone who struggles to fall asleep quickly, like I do. Some of that stuff really, I'm probably taking too much because it makes me real tired. I'm out of all the stuff they sent me. They need to send me more.
I take a lot.
Yeah, and it will make you nice and drowsy and drift off. So check it out, Feals.
I took it all.
Yeah, and you probably slept like a rock
All day.
all day into the evening.
All day. Yeah, the sleep schedule is completely inverted right now.
Well, if you need to fix that problem like Kyle needs to, go to feals.com/PKA. This episode's also brought to you by Blue Chew. Fall is here, and we could use a stiff breeze. That's right. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part is it's all done online, so no visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. We've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's bluechew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit bluechew.com for more details and important safety information. Thank you, Blue Chew, for sponsoring the podcast. That's code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Bluechew.com. A wonderful service. It's a true confidence booster. If you want to look your absolute best, if you want your dick to be angry looking, like formidable, like a Viking, take some Blue Chew.
Chicks can be okay with a dad bod, but they are not okay with a soft dick. They will absolutely judge the fuck out of you.
They don't want a dad dick. They want a hard, turgid, veiny, throbbing dick. And Blue Chew is your ticket, folks. So go down below. Only pay the $5 in shipping. Jeez. Kyle, why are your eyes darting around? They said, feel free to riff before and after.
I don't know. It was getting very graphic.
I saw a guy on Reddit. I wish I could hunt it down. It would take me a minute, but he was talking about how he doesn't get fully hard. And I don't reply a lot on Reddit. I know people follow me and like track everything I fucking say on there. It's like, but I was like, I can't leave this guy alone. I was like, you have a problem that fucking $5 solves. Your confidence is dented. You're not living your best life, and $5 fixes this shit. So I told him to buy. I didn't even give him our coupon code. It was pure.
You were just trying to help a guy who's down on his luck. He's depressed. He's not happy because his dick's not getting hard. You were giving him a golden ticket. Hopefully he takes advantage of it.
I really hope he does. Dude's like not living his best life because he has a $5 fucking problem. Are you kidding me? Everyone has that much money.
Yeah. At least try it out. See what you think of it. This episode also brought to you by SmartMouth. Everyone hates talking to someone with bad breath. That humid smell keeps you from focusing on anything other than finding an excuse to leave. Now just think of all the times you were the gross smelly one and the other person was trying to get away. You probably can't think of any examples. That's because we rarely have an accurate read on our own breath odor. In other words, you could be walking around with trash mouth, not even realize you're grossing everybody out. That's why SmartMouth was invented. SmartMouth's clinically proven 2-liquid formula combines to instantly eliminate bad breath and prevent bad breath from returning all day long. Rinse once in the morning for all-day clean breath and once before bed to prevent morning breath. Just 2 uses a day, and you'll never have bad breath, guaranteed. Whether the boardroom or the bedroom, having confidence in your breath spells success. So go to smartmouth.com/PKA now for a free coupon. You can find SmartMouth products in the oral health aisle at Walgreens, CVS, Target, Rite Aid, Amazon, Walmart, or wherever you shop. Once again, that is smartmouth.com/PKA for your coupon. So your confidence is sky high with your rock hard dick, and you're feeling great and confident with your delicious smelling mouth. You're getting in with the ladies, even like whispery close conversations in clubs or wherever. She's like, this guy, he's got tremendous oral hygiene. His dick's probably hard too. Like all these things, they play together. So check out all those sponsors below.
What about the loads?
The loads. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load. You know about it. You've heard us talk about it before. If you want to come like a man, get off the couch. Well, you can stay on your couch, actually. It's ordered online. Stay on your couch, order your cum pills, use code PKA there to get some money off. And if you're also someone who enjoys Derek's tippity-top quality supplements, you can use our code for that as well. I know Kyle enjoys his pre-workout tremendously, as well as a couple other products of his.
It's real good.
And also PKA20 is the code for the merch, the limited time ugly sweater, scarf, and hat, winter cap. So check that out below. Don't forget to use coupon code PKA20 for 20% off all of those wonderfully ugly sweaters.
And if we see you in public wearing any of this gear, we will very, very carefully avoid you.
I would totally go up to someone wearing this gear.
I'd give him a high five. I'd be like, hell yeah, dude.
I would steal his hat and wear it myself.
No.
I would go say hi, absolutely.
I would. I really would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be nice. Or what if they're like a normal person? They're like, I don't want to talk to you. Like,
it's me.
You're blowing up my spot. I don't want people to know I listen to your stupid ass podcast.
They're like, yeah, I don't like you. It's the other two.
Or like someone like meets us and he's like, oh, Taylor, I got a message for Woody. It's like, fuck, no, I'm not relaying that. Like,
please, the next time one of you sees Woody in public, send a message to me via him. Be like, oh, I'm so glad I saw you here. Could you tell Kyle?
That will work 0% of the time.
I got recognized, but it'll be just
last weekend. I was checking out of I checked out of my beach house on time. But I left the car there and went and rode my motorcycle back and forth across the beach. I guess they saw the car there and assumed I hadn't checked out, but I was just using the parking spot. And they sent the dude to go kick us out of the house. And he's like, Woody, I'm a big fan. I watch the show every week. It's like, oh, cool. Yeah, everything. We're out.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's neat when that happens.
I I started watching this show just randomly on Netflix a few days ago, just like a background nonsense show. And it's a Netflix original, so it has decent production value. I think it's like a French show, but I'm watching it English dubbed over. And it might be the worst plot of any Netflix show I've ever seen in my life. It's called Into the Night, and it is about the sun. A bunch of people are on a plane, and one of the pilots starts freaking out because a guy with a gun runs on there and is like, when the sun rises, it's going to kill everyone. We have to take off. And so with just like a sparse few people remaining on the plane and the co-captain, whatever they're called, associate captain, they take off, as everybody in the airport's like, the fuck? Like this, it just started backing away from the gate and they're taking off. And I'm 5 episodes in. The entire show is them bickering and arguing with one another on the plane about the safest place to land so they can refuel and get supplies and then take off again to continue to outrun the sunlight before the killer sunlight, which is like microwaving. Is it a known
fact that the sunlight is actually killing people, or is this an irrational fear?
At first it's irrational until they like fly over the place where they were going to stop to get rid of the gunman. And then the pilot's like, oh, everyone's burned. They're dead. They're all over the ground. And so they continue to fly. And there's no progression. There's very little plot movement.
I don't see the long-term plan on this.
There's 2 seasons somehow. And and I'm blown away. I'm 5 episodes in, and every single episode starts with, where are we going to land to get gas? and it's the same problem over and over. They encounter like a band of British rapists who are impersonating soldiers, and the soldiers get on the plane. And then they very quickly are like, there's no upside of the trickery. Immediately, as soon as they're out there, one guy's like, this doesn't smell right. I think they're military, I think they're stealing valor and they're actually murderers and rapists. And they're like, oh, well, thank God we didn't take off with them. Distract them while we leave. And it's like, so they don't even get onto the plane to start harming. It's a true new level of bad. Like it could have been
bad shows.
I do like bad shows, but it's trying to be good.
Why can't they like hide in a dark building from the sun?
Because it's apparently like it's begun microwaving people. And so they're saying, one of the guys who's like the goofy scientist on board, got to have the goofy scientist. He's like, the reversal in the polarity of the sun, it could theoretically cause microwaves. And which is what I just said is not complicated. And then like the pilot will be like, damn it, give it to us in English, Doc. And it's like, it's making people too hot. Down and they're dying, and so you can't hide on the ground ostensibly.
But this doesn't make any sense to me. All right,
but you can hide in the air.
You can hide it, but only if you're flying into the night. And the end of the first episode is like they really blew their wad too quickly on saying the name of the series. End of the first episode, like ask some lady like, where do we need to go? And she's like, into the night. But it was like badly dubbed. And
so I need help with a lot of things here.
Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll do my best.
All right, so first of all, I always thought that the Earth rotated at like 1,000 miles per hour, because I think the Earth's like 24,000 miles in circumference, roughly, like plus 120 or something. Mm-hmm. And then a day is 24 hours, so it just seemed to make sense that the Earth is rotating at like 1,000 miles per hour, roughly. So for the plane to stay ahead, wouldn't it have to be going at least as fast as the Earth is rotating?
I would guess so.
But every time they landed for fuel, then they would be losing ground at 1,000 miles per hour. Mm-hmm. So unless they were faster than 1,000 miles per hour, then the show would be over in like a week for sure.
I mean, that's what I was thinking as well. But not only are they landing and refueling, they have time to bicker. They have time to like have internal disputes among them. So it really doesn't feel like there's a lot of urgency.
Here's another thought. Like if the sun like turned into some kind of a microwave, isn't it like killing everything that it touches?
Yeah.
Including like all the like plant life and like animals.
I would imagine so. Now they're at a point now where like the pilot who got shot in the hand in the beginning by the terrorist guy, and now he's like dying of blood poisoning. He like took a bite of an apple. He's like, this apple tastes like paper. And then the scientist later was like, I think that the microwaves eliminated all the nutrients in your apple, and that's why it tasted like paper. And then they landed again. They're like, we should have enough fuel to fly for thousands more miles. And they're like, well, if the same principle applies to the carbon in the fuel tank, it's slowly being destroyed as well since it's organic. And it's like, now they got to get like 13 more episodes out of this. The fuel's failing 5 episodes in. The food doesn't work.
There's
Multiple people dying. Yeah, there's a whole other season of this garbage. It's rough, and it's a European show, and so there's a lot of inter-European bickering, all in English dubbed. But like, there'll be like little like jabs that like Americans wouldn't think of, where like some Italian guy would be like, "What are you, just some Turkish dickhead?" And he's like, "You Italian piece of shit, don't talk about." And then they're both like, "Get this pole out of here!" Like just all like pointing out at every different little subgroup of person, like all bickering. It's funny. It is bad though. Can't recommend it less to anyone who wants a good show.
I'll never watch it. I promise.
It's staggeringly
talk about
bad.
Midnight Mass.
You watched it?
I've finished it. Yeah.
Okay. Did you like it as much as Kyle and I?
No.
Well, okay.
Or as much as like all the great reviewers.
Go ahead, Kyle. Sell this Midnight Mass hunk of shit.
Oh, hunk of shit! I really enjoyed it.
I mean, I already
my
did.
turn comes
I mean, I feel like I already did, but like basically, somehow this guy does Stephen King better than even Stephen King does. This is his best thing so far. He did that Haunted series and the Blythe Mansion series as well. The director, and this is like his baby. He wrote this, and I'm almost positive, and it's been what he's wanted to make for a long time. It's fascinating. It's incredibly well acted. The interpersonal relationships are amazing. The father-son stuff, the groupthink stuff, the religion stuff, the sort of the allegory that they have between with the cave people and how they would have like looked at fires and stars in the sky and misunderstood that, and how it's being mirrored by how the townspeople are taking the framework that they have, which is Catholicism, and completely misinterpreting a vampire type situation to like fitting into that structure. The priest acting is incredible. Yeah. The lady, like the church lady who's like evil, she's great. The little girl's amazing. The old drunk guy's great. Their scene together made me cry. Just
the black
weeping.
girl, she has a bunch of scenes where she's killing it.
Yeah, it's really good. I really like how each episode is named after a book of the Bible, and it sort of follows along with that theme for that episode. I liked how it ended. It had the balls to end on a pretty hardcore note, and I don't know. I like the whole premise. I had never seen vampires done like that before. It's a brand new way of doing like that classic. Definitely a 2 thumbs up from me. It was great.
Is a TV show with 7 episodes, each of them an hour long. 7 hours of people sitting and talking. They will sit and talk in a boat. They will sit and talk in folding chairs. They will sit and talk in a church. They will sit and talk outside, sit and talk in restaurants. You might be asking yourself, Woody, is there any standing and talking? Very little. You'd be surprised. There's hardly any standing and talking. It is really 7 hours of sitting and talking. Does shit happen? Sometimes 5-6 seconds per episode, you will see the interesting vampire shit, but mostly it's just sitting and talking. Sitting and talk. They form an AA group where there's all new opportunities to just sit and talk. They sit and talk in cars.
I love those.
Did I mention sitting and talking in boats? There's a lot of sitting and talking in rowboats in this show too. They just sit and talk for 7 hours.
There's a lot of sitting and talking, and those are the best parts of the movie. The sitting and talking is what makes it so good. The dialogue is incredible. It's a really interesting the way it's written. My favorite scene is when the main guy and his pregnant girlfriend are sitting on the couch.
You can put up spoilers, Zach.
And they have that whole discussion about what they think will happen when they die, and they had those 2 altering ideas of what happens when you die. And
I don't know how I left out sitting and talking on the couch, but that happens too, Kyle.
Yeah, like I really loved all those dialogue sequences. Like it's funny you mentioned like the AA thing with the main guy and the priest, because those are like 2 of the most interesting characters. And so when it was like them sitting down, like I'm already watching full attention, but when those little AA meetings come up, I'm like, all right, I got to really buckle in. They're gonna have some great back and forth dialogue that like builds. One of them's trying to uncover the secrets. Well, they're trying to uncover the secrets of each other using special language. And like I was that. the sitting and talking on the couch, the sitting and talking on the boat, the standing and talking. It was so much mystery, and you're trying to figure it out. I like the dialogue is what kept me coming back to the show. I'm glad. And I
will say this, like we have spoiled a few things already when spoiler tags are up, but this show is really good if you go in blind and you don't know any of this stuff. I felt like I went in so blind. I watched the first 2 minutes of the RLM review, and they were so like in love with it that, especially Mike. He was just going off on it, and I was just like, all right, I don't want to watch any more of this. I'm just going to go watch this thing right now. And I watched 7 hours straight of it and loved it so much.
The only scenes I liked like actively more than like them sitting down like in the AA or on the boat or whatever was the sermons and like the priest giving his sermons. Like every time it was a church scene, it was like, okay, what's he going to say now? Every time he's inching a little closer to, kind of being not quite with Christ, so to speak. And so it was really interesting watching that progress and all the ways he has to like, retcon the vampire that's clearly a vampire, but no, to him it's an angel. It's still an angel. You're going to have to do horrible things, but it's an angel and he needs you to do it. And so watching his kind of mental fracture was great.
Yeah, I thought his first sermon was his best. That it was that's the one when I texted and I was like, this guy's going to convert me over here. And then like 2 nights ago, I got Dirty to watch it too. So Dirty's been watching, and Dirty was like, dude, I watched that priest like preach and like he's about to convert me. I'm about to go over. And I'm like, yeah, it's really fucking good. I was like, so far, it's like I don't know I don't know where this is headed.
I'd never watched a pastor or a priest with that much fervor and conviction and, just command of the English language that, it's like, oh, if this is what church was, I would have been there. Yeah. Like it would have been fun, not some old guy like doddering around saying the same thing he said 15 times before.
Oh, you know what it also reminds me of? And I've been avoiding this because of the spoilers, but Cocoon. It is Cocoon. Have you ever seen Cocoon?
I've never seen Cocoon.
Oh, you got to go watch Cocoon. So Cocoon is, and forgive me for the broad strokes, but I was a small child. This movie's from the 80s. But it's basically like there's like an alien egg or like a bunch of alien eggs, and this alien is keeping them like hidden in his swimming pool. He's like he's like under the guise of being a rich guy or something like that. And little does he know, the retirement home next door, they're sneaking over and they've been using his pool like the old people have. But being in the water amongst the alien eggs is rejuvenating them. Like their eyesight is improving, their sex life is getting better, their libido is getting better, like their arthritis is healing. And then all of a sudden, like Saturday night at the old folks' home, they're like doing the twist, and like all of their lives are like just enriched so much by this whole situation, and it's a real feel good kind of thing. And like I almost glossed over like every time we've spoken about this because I didn't want to spoil anything, but like when everybody is feeling that effect from the blood, when the guy's back works and he can dance with his wife, and when obviously when you see people being de-aged and stuff, but I really like the stuff where like people were able to like live their lives again, like little ailments were fixed. Obviously, when the little girl gets up and fucking walks. That's
a fun premise. I just wrote that down so I could watch it. That sounds really cool. On Midnight Mass, Woody, did you feel like the last kind of episode action sequence, is that what you felt like it was building towards? Like, did you enjoy that at all, or you felt like it was not enough action, too little, too late for your taste?
Maybe too little, too late is a good description. I will say that the very, very end of it, I don't want to ruin it. I was like, oh, that was brave. I like what they did there.
Yeah.
But and people, if you ever watch, I'm talking about the last few seconds of the show.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it was just too little, too late.
You know what I found
if it's 7 hours, there really are like 6.5 hours of sitting and talking.
Yeah,
and the sermons were standing and talking.
It is very
to their credit,
dialogue heavy. Yeah.
I liked that. I don't know. I've watched so many movies lately that were kind of exhaustive action that like I was down for like let's sit and talk about this kind of movie. And it's a real mystery in the beginning that I was like working hard to like figure out as soon as I could. I like doing that with mysteries. And so that like really interested me and kept me hooked for a long time, just solving that mystery. And so like maybe in the second or third or fourth episode, when he starts in his confessional saying, God, I'm going to tell him a lie tomorrow. I'm going to tell him this, that, and the other. And you're like, oh shit, really? And then he has a little flashback and you start getting those flashbacks to Jerusalem. And I like that part a lot. And I remember thinking like how scary that would be for if you were. I remember thinking how scary it would be if I got lost in Jerusalem, a man who has a cell phone and knows how to use it. But then I thought, what if you were 84 years old and you were having a mental break and you were lost in Jerusalem and you had spent your life on a tiny island in wherever the fuck United States?
Yeah,
that would be scary. And like the idea that he like got lost on the road to Damascus is so poetic. Like the whole thing, like I liked all of that stuff a lot. The flashbacks, I could watch a whole movie that was just like some like in Jerusalem, like dealing with whatever else was in that tomb.
I might have been
that would have been cool.
A little influenced, but I was super feverish, sweating in my bed, freezing in my bed. Like,
so you weren't in a great mood to
like, come on, get with it.
But
It could be. No, I think it was just it was a slow paced movie with a lot of talking. When I described it to people, yes, I think it was a movie. Just it really is a 7 hour long movie. It's these limited series. They're usually 7 hour long movies.
I actually kind of agree. I know I'm the one that corrected you, but like if it's deep and developing and they just use 7 hours to tell a story that you couldn't tell in 2, like sometimes TV shows are more movie than movies nowadays.
And there's no second season coming. I
like that too. Well,
they wrapped this shit up. They wrapped it up.
I there's something to be said for someone who's like, this is my story. Well, no. It was a really great story. Let's do some commercialistic profit on. No, there's not going to be a season 2. This is the story, and that's it. And I like that.
Yeah, I do too. I get more excited to watch those limited series than anything because I feel like it's like, okay, there's a guarantee that they're not going to get to the end of this and be like, well, we got to string it along. Like they have a planned end point when they start making it, which means it's probably going to end up being better.
Oh, that's always excellent. If they have a planned end point,
as opposed to Lost.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
or so many shows don't have a planned.
I have my whole theory about Lost that involves the writer's strike, and maybe the original and maybe the original writers had a plan. But what's for damn sure is that the scab writers had no way of knowing what the plan was, if there ever was a plan. I saw a YouTube video the other day titled, "Was Lost even a good show?" And I was like, no, who thinks it is?
That's well understood. It's like a show people joke about for being so bad. It's like a pre-Game of Thrones.
Lost would hook me. I would just love what I saw and be so excited about the next episode. And then it would do it again. And then it would do it again until eventually you're like, wait a minute, none of this strings together properly. It's like watching a bunch of really great trailers.
Yeah. I never watched that show because it had ended by the time people were telling me to watch it, and they're like, "Oh, just watch the first 5 seasons." And it's like, well, but that's still going to leave me with no idea what's supposed to happen.
You could be a writer.
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah, no, I have no interest in going back to that show ever. I'm out of shows right now. I don't have anything to watch.
Watch this plane one. I'm gonna finish it. I have to know how they get this much more.
I do that with bad audiobooks sometimes. Like, I am going to make it to the end of this book out of sheer will and discipline.
Your movie sounds like the Langoliers mixed with, I don't even fucking know what, like one of those stupid sun disaster movies. That sounds awful. I don't want any part of that. I want something. I want something that's long with lots of episodes. And is interesting, and I don't want anybody to give me any recommendations because y'all have bad taste.
You don't want anybody
like I'm not saying this because like whenever I say stuff like this, people start messaging me. I don't want you to message me. I'm lamenting that I have ran out of things, not that I want you to help. You can't.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just gotta look through those like bootleg streaming sites you have, like Paramount. Find something.
I was on there last night and I'm scrolling through like the thing, and it's like click, and I'm like seen it. Don't want to see it. Don't want to see it. Seen it. Don't want to see it.
Want to see that I don't have access to right now? The new Ghostbusters. The trailer for that was fantastic, and I don't know anything else.
I didn't know they made another one.
They've been dangling it in front of us. That and the James Bond. I guess out. I think they're both out. I could watch either of them if I wanted. I think, but I don't really want to watch a movie right now. Like Thanksgiving, I'm having people over. I'm cooking the full Thanksgiving. That's what we should talk about. Next topic. All right, what are y'all doing for Thanksgiving? Because I'm cooking the full Thanksgiving dinner. I'm deep frying the turkey. I'm doing multiple sides. I'm doing a dessert, and I'm hosting.
That's very nice. My grandma. Well, I have to go to both sides of my family, but my grandma and grandpa and brothers were all going to their house, and she's, I think, deep frying 2 turkeys. She's making a bunch of filet mignon. I think that she's either frying a bunch of chicken or frying fish. I'm not sure which one. I'm good with either. They're both great. And then, of course, like all the standard trimmings and stuffings and everything.
Did you say you're good with fish for Thanksgiving?
No, but she does a smorgasbord.
It's just a pick whatever you
want. In
want.
addition to 2 fried turkeys and a platter of filet mignon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Now I get it. Yeah,
it's just a huge amount of food. And then she also, like, we can like make special requests. And so she'll already have like 100 sides out, and she'll like almost bully us and be like, you know what? I forgot to make the fried okra. Would you boys like some fried okra? And we're like, I'm about to have a heart attack. And she's like, you know what? You just sit right there. I'm going to fry you up some okra. And then she fries up 2 pounds of okra. And I love fried okra. It's so good. And,
I like it too. I hated it as a kid, but as an adult, like I would occasionally order it. I'm like, this is pretty fucking good. I mean, it's fried and all.
Like 2 years ago, Taylor said something like my grandmother makes a ton of food. I know you think your grandmother does, but my grandmother kicks your grandmother's ass. Oh, yeah. And now I'm like, yeah, I think he can safely say that to an audience of 250,000 people, that their grandmother cannot hang with his.
It's outrageous.
Could you take some photographs of the spread?
I like that too. Put it on the WhatsApp.
I'd love to see. Like, what if he's lying to us this whole time? He doesn't have grandparents.
I'm eating a banquet meal by myself.
We've heard about these grandparents and their shindigs, and they're just all a figment in his imagination. He lost them all in like a fucking train accident in the late 80s.
Cranberry on the side.
Yeah,
I'll take one. Usually for Christmas Day, if we're there for Christmas Day, she does a huge seafood boil with lobster and crab and andouille sausage and corn and potatoes and shrimp and I think I've sent you guys a photo of that, where she gets that giant pot like the size of my torso and just dumps it onto the kitchen island. It's so wonderful. I always feel like absolute dog shit leaving. It's rough.
2 Thanksgivings this year. We're doing one with just our family, then another one, the George Foreman's, friends that are like family. So the Foremans are coming over, and we're doing a second Thanksgiving with them.
That's awesome that you know them.
Yeah, it is nice.
Great.
Yeah, we're trying to nuzzle up close to the grill fortune, see if any of it rubs off on us.
That's right. You love their grills. That's how y'all met. You were always talking about George Foreman chicken on the show.
It's all been playing the long game, pretending I like the grills just to get in.
No, I'm excited. I didn't do Thanksgiving.
What else are you making for sides, Kyle?
I'm keeping it kind of simple. Like I don't like vegetables for the most part. I certainly don't like those vegetable casseroles everybody seems to like butternut squash,
green bean
casserole, and all that shit. I never do anything green really for Thanksgiving. This is not a healthy meal. So I deep fry the turkey. I'm going to inject it with like Cajun butter and stuff and rub it with Cajun shit. And then like really fancy mashed potatoes that are just more butter than mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese. I got this like cave aged is it Gruyere?
Cave aged?
I don't know, man. I don't know why they put in caves, but they do. And I'm making this like recipe I found for the ultimate macaroni and cheese. That's like 3 different fancy cheeses and big noodles. And I'm going to bake it. And then I'm going to do deviled eggs and a sweet potato souffle. And I haven't decided if I'm going to go with a marshmallow topping or a pecan praline topping, but I may go with both.
Maybe both.
It's hard to go wrong with either one.
You just do the pecan pralines and then do the marshmallows on top. Yeah.
Have you made all those things before?
Yeah, I've made everything. The only thing I haven't cooked before is that thing where you take the tenderloin and wrap it in the puff pastry and cook it.
Wellington?
Beef Wellington. Yeah, that's the only thing I've never cooked. I've done everything else.
It's apparently very, very hard. Even Gordon Ramsay says, because it's, what is it, like the filet and then you wrap it in prosciutto and then the crushed mushrooms with stuff in there?
That have been like pureed and sauteed to get the moisture out. It's hard to get the puff pastry to be crispy while getting the steak to be cooked to temperature correctly, apparently. And then if you're trying to get artistic with the puff pastry on top, that's its own skill. Some people do this whole thing where it looks like it's like a accordion. It's pretty wild. But no, I've never done that for two reasons. One, it's kind of expensive. If you do a full beef tenderloin, they're about $100. And then it's going to take me a couple hours to cook the thing. And then there's the other ingredients. And then what if I fucking ruin it?
Yeah, that'd be a damn shame.
You could do an individual one though. You could just take a nice tenderloin and like wrap it in puff pastry and bake the fucker. And like I guess you could kind of get there that way.
Yeah, you can find a YouTube video to get you there. Yeah, even the worst chefs on Hell's Kitchen can, get something going with a
here's the thing about Chef's Kitchen that I think they're just under such a rush that it's just almost impossible to do those basic things. So when they can't do what's the thing they always fuck up the
risotto.
The risotto. Yeah. Risotto is like is a rice dish where it's like and it takes a while to do it, and it's either awful or edible. It has like two modes. And like they
really
just don't give good. It's not that good to begin with, first of all, but they don't give them enough time to cook it. It's like, all right, you've got 60 seconds to make a perfect risotto. It's like, sir, it takes at least 3.5, 4 minutes. Like if we're being real here, I can't do it. I wish one of them would just say that. I refuse.
Then he just goes like, get out of the kitchen. He just kicks him out.
I just don't think they give them enough time to do some of that stuff because like most of it is simple shit. It's not that they're being tested on like their cooking ability necessarily, like becoming like like are you the best chef in the world? Can you cook the most fantastic thing? It's more about like, can you work as a team and be a line cook as like part of a machine, an assembly line?
Yeah,
that's the hard.
I think you're 100% right. Like it's the time limit thing, because you give them unlimited time or like a generous amount of time. Every single person from episode 1, except for like the 2 idiots they bring in to make fun of the first couple episodes, all of them could do everything required.
Dude, how embarrassing is it if you figure out that you're one of the 2 idiots that they only brought in as a joke?
It's got to be embarrassing because sometimes they talk the biggest. Sometimes they talk the biggest in the first couple episodes to the point that like it's almost like I'm convincing myself that it's so obviously an inside man, because it'll be like pre any cookery and they'll be like, I already know my opponents. I know them inside and out, up and down. 2 minutes into episode 1, I'm going to dominate them. They haven't seen my risotto. They haven't seen the way I use spices. I have a perfect palate. Do you know how many people have a perfect palate? It's rare. You give me a fucking green bean, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Yeah. They
ain't
do
no pea.
those tests.
They do those tests where they put they give little tastes of like obscure things, and it's really hard. It's like
and he puts like a blindfold on him and really headphones.
Like it's a watermelon.
Some of them are.
Oh, they'll get them wrong, stuff like that. Like a chef who just made a perfect risotto will like get fed a piece of a banana, and then it'll be like 30 seconds. Gordon's like, answer. Aaron, need your answer. And he's like, strawberry. I don't know. And everyone's like, ha, 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 ha. And then they get up there and they fail tremendously. One guy couldn't figure out scrambled eggs at one point, which is, pretty easy to tell if you're eating a scrambled egg or not. Pretty easy to tell if you're eating a watermelon. And like, apparently it must be a hard thing, blindfolded and deafened, because when someone goes like 8 for 8, even if it includes stuff like watermelon or honeydew, banana, if they get it all, Gordon's like genuinely impressed. You can tell when he's genuinely impressed in the show. He's like, right on. Like, I'm surprised. But that is a funny thing, because you would imagine that any chef could name most flavors. It's their job.
You imagine that any person could name most flavors.
Oh, it's true. But it's obscure stuff. Like I don't remember the last time I tasted butternut squash, and like I remember that's often one of them. He's got like a little cube of butternut squash, and it's just like I don't even know what that tastes like. Exactly. Yeah, they make soup out of it.
I like that soup.
And they'll like
fattening though.
They'll fuck it up in like an understandable way. It'll be butternut squash, and they'll be like, I don't know, pumpkin. And it's like, okay, you're in the same wheelhouse here.
Yeah.
It's such a good show. My wife and me by extension, I've been watching this show, the Great British Bakery, the Great British Bake Off show.
I watch that shit sometimes, yeah.
It's good. I like that it's a much happier, lighter feel for a cooking show, because you're so inundated in the world of Gordon Ramsay where it's so much yelling and screaming and meanness. Like this old woman who, like every time someone gets kicked off, she's like, and that leaves me to give the horrible news. Jody, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And she's like tearing up to like say goodbye. And it's like, well, this is a much friendlier show.
Have you seen them compare Hell's Kitchen like Britain to US? Like the side by side?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's night and day. The U.S. it's like it's that music. It's like dun 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 dun, and it's just like, dude, they're fucking making salads. Like, chill the fuck out. What's the worst thing that could happen today? Like a cut finger and a Band-Aid. Like it's not World War III. But then the British version, it's like, okay, oh, that's right. They're making salads. So the camera's just like, so now they'll make salads.
Yeah.
It's not always exciting around here, I suppose. But then they'll still stay on for 3 fucking minutes while they all mix salads and shoot the shit and smoke fucking cigarettes.
Yeah.
It's a completely different show.
And I've watched both versions. Like, if you're more interested in the actual cooking, the British one is leagues better. But if you like the hectic nonsense, then the American one's better for sure. Because Gordon goes a little harder in the paint against people in the American one because he knows that's what's selling his fame. Man, that guy's awesome.
I wonder how much money he's made. I saw a clip the other night, and he was, I guess this guy was getting kicked off the show. And I don't know anything about the background. I haven't seen that season, but he basically paid for the guy's culinary school. I almost said it the way he says culinary. He paid for his culinary school when he like back home or whatever, because he thought he was talented, just didn't really know what he was doing.
He's done that multiple times.
Yeah, it's pretty cool of him. I bet I bet it's pretty cheap for him to do it though. I would imagine the culinary school is probably like giving him a discount or something like that, or taking care of it for him, or helping him somehow. But then on the other hand, he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, right?
He's got to say,
I saw one recently where he took care of the kids' parents.
He's done like really nice stuff like that before. Like I'd never seen a parent one. I didn't know that. Like medical bills.
Reddit. It sounded to me like living expenses. It was just a Reddit clip.
Oh yeah, he's a cool guy sometimes, which brings him around to somewhat likable.
I like when he's hanging out with his family. I like those videos, like when he cooks with his daughter, and his son. Like those are always fun videos. It looks like they have a good time. They're always real lighthearted. Obviously, he doesn't scream at his children. Obviously, he doesn't scream at anyone when there aren't cameras. But it's kind of fun to see like him and his kid like make chicken or fish or something together.
He's the richest chef in the world, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Does Wolfgang Puck have more money? Like has he done more stuff? I don't know.
I thought he was more like a 90s guy.
I don't know.
Maybe he is. Guy Fieri's only 20. I thought he had all that like fucking TGI Fridays money or something.
Oh, 20 million. I was like, no way he's 20. That guy's like 40.
Some guy named Alan Wong is worth $1.1 billion. Absolutely blows the pants off Jamie Oliver and Gordon Ramsay at a paltry $220 million.
Is Emerald Lagasse on the list? That guy was my favorite as a kid.
Wolfgang Puck is number 6, 90 million. Then there's Rachel Ray. Emerald Lagasse, $70 million.
Nice.
Stewart used to cook, right?
She had like the whole empire though. Like
yeah.
Bitch makes furniture.
Yeah. I think she's too rich for this whole list. It would throw off the curve.
I think I might have a Martha Stewart fucking couch out there. Like she's getting it coming and going, man. No,
it's interesting that her reputation didn't really take a hit with the insider trading.
Yeah,
if anything, she's just a little cooler now.
Yeah,
honestly, yeah. I don't think anybody cared. Like I don't think anybody cared because
at the time, I think it was a real risk. People thought maybe because the Martha Stewart isn't just a product; it's a brand, it's a vibe, it's a perfect person. Her whole thing was, I don't know, like an almost unachievable perfect mom type deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she becomes this felon for insider trading and the ankle bracelet and the whole thing, it was like when Howard got divorced, right? Howard was this naughty man, but behind the scenes, he was this loyal, great guy. And then that became not true, but that didn't hurt him. And the same thing with Martha. It's a parallel.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I remember the stories about her coming out when it was, many years ago, 16 years ago when she was going to prison. So 5 months in federal prison in March 2005, there was speculation that the incident would effectively destroy her media empire. But in 2005, she began a comeback campaign. The company returned to profitability in 2006. So, very quick on that upturn.
It seems like the trick to not being canceled is to just hold your chin up and decide not to be canceled.
Just have $1 billion and go to jail.
It depends on the situation, right? Like if
Al Franken, Al
no one can
Franken
distribute-
allowed himself to be canceled.
Yes, he did.
He
Yes,
touched that grope-proof flak jacket and then quit his job and left and put his tail between his legs, etc.
Or he might have been forced to leave.
Yeah, it could have been a behind the scenes thing. That probably often happens.
I don't know how that happens, but it seems
leave
like
or will leave or his donors could tell him leave, or we're going to back this candidate next year and you're going to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Or he could just not. I feel like if he called their bluff and said, you know what? All right, I pretended to touch a boob through this untouchable jacket. I'm not going anywhere. Then 3 weeks later, there'd be a new story.
It was faux rape. Okay? It was faux rape.
Very
I'm an
faux.
actor. It's a little pretending to rape.
I mean, you got to do what Virginia governor did.
As long as you do a bow after any horrific act, you can just get away with it. You could just honk an ass or a titty in public and then do a bow, and you're all good.
Remember, like the Virginia governor, like a year or two ago, everyone was like, "Is he gonna resign because of the blackface thing in the fucking 70s or 80s?"
And then
it's like, no,
he actually lost his vote. Virginia just got a new governor, right?
Oh, did he get knocked out in an election?
The Republicans won Virginia, yeah. So maybe that was part of. I don't know if he even ran. I think there were two different guys that were running.
He hung around to the end of his term, though, right? Like he never resigned or anything.
Yeah.
That's the. Well, I guess that is the smarter move. But yeah, I think Kyle is right in that like these guys are just doing what their advisors and or PR people are instructing them, and people from like the DNC or the RNC. Like, oh, you're no longer a viable candidate. Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I think they crumble. I think it is much harder to be at the center of this hurricane around you where everyone's hating you than most people would guess.
Yeah.
And they're just like, all right, fuck it. This is never getting better. This is never ending. This is horrible. I'm out. I just want to stop.
That's fair. Yeah. Most people can't imagine that.
You know who doesn't do that? Trump. Trump can be in the middle of a Cat 5 hurricane shitstorm, and he's just like, well, fuck all of you.
Yeah. I'll do it again.
Yeah. He's nearly unaffected by it. So.
Well, not nearly unaffected. He was depersoned by every big tech company
to his advantage. To his advantage.
No, his bullshit platforms don't help at all compared to the real ones.
The real ones didn't help him at all. They did. Dude, Joe Biden taking Zoom calls in a basement beat Donald Trump with every megaphone available. He would just sit there and shoot himself in the foot every single day. Every day was another, like, I can't believe Trump is doing this outrage. Every day he'd tell a lie that would get disproven. Every day he'd tell I don't know, he's out there saying maybe we should inject disinfectant in people's things or shove a light bulb up their ass or whatever.
2016, I think, because he utilized the big tech platforms, the existing ones, to get a bigger reach than he could even get on a lot of the mainstream media organizations.
I do think in 2016 he had a magic that he has since lost.
Without big tech and like an accessibility to Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, like Google ads, he has 0% chance of being elected again. It's not going to happen.
I think that his odds are better. I think the idea of Trump is more powerful than the actual Trump. I think the idea of this throwing a Molotov cocktail in Washington, D.C. and saying, this is our boy, he is more popular now than he was when he had access to all that big tech. If he had Twitter right now, every day he'd just be tweeting about how he actually won in 2020 and he'd be looking like a sad piece of shit. Instead, it's not the real Trump. It is this sort of memory of the greatest parts of Trump that exists. And that is a much harder thing to beat than him with access to a keyboard.
Who would the Republicans run?
DeSantis.
The next one.
If it's not Trump, the Florida governor seems to be the leading guy. These things change. I mean, last time I made this prediction, I lost $100 to Kyle. So here I am.
I'm on a hot streak.
But if people don't remember, he was like, it's going to be Bernie or Biden. And I'm like, it's so early. I will take the other 32 NFL teams and you get whatever the best two. And that was a bad call. So that's what's up. But yeah, DeSantis looks like the guy. Chris Christie says he's running. We'll see how far that goes.
He's never ran.
That's a sick line. I like it.
I've heard a lot of lies, but when Chris Christie told me he was going to run,
there's a real argument that guy will be dead before.
That's what I've been saying about Trump, but I've been wrong. You know, he's overweight. He's he's 75 now. Maybe he'll be 78 next time he runs.
60 at the most. That's what I hear.
But he seems fine. I might have bought into some bullshit when I saw him drink water with two hands and stuff. Now I feel like that's all gone. I don't know.
He's an athletic man.
He is. He's an elite level athlete.
I mean, fitness is.
It's core to his being.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't want to work out next to him. The guy's intimidating.
I'm interested if he has lost weight. I haven't seen a picture of him in public in forever. I wonder if he went back to pre-President Trump body. Still not great, but a hell of a lot better than it was by year 4.
Do you think he got bigger off 4 years? I think he got fatter. Yeah. To me, what is it called when you run for election? Like campaign Trump. Campaign Trump is the fat one, but the rest of it is kind of a less fat one, I think.
It could be. Maybe I'm like just looking at pictures from The Apprentice in like 2005 when he was, 60 or something.
Who amongst us didn't look better 15 years ago?
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. What happens?
So, but yeah, I don't know. I know I can't wear out politics now. The election's 3 years away.
I don't care about politics unless Trump's in there. It's only interesting if you've got like a madman in there doing crazy shit and like. Just he told Hillary Clinton she'd be in jail if he were the president. That was funny. Now the fact that it was a lie
that was hilarious
doesn't make it any less funny. That shit was funny. He said it to her face in front of us all.
I don't know how good Trump is as a candidate. I can make arguments both ways. I'll do it real quick. Trump ran for office for the first time and became president of the United States. Can you imagine me trying track and field and winning an Olympic gold medal in my first race? Right? Like in some ways, he has the best political instincts that have ever existed in any politician ever, right? You could make that argument. You could make the other argument and say he lost the popular vote to Hillary Clinton, one of the most unpopular, unlikable people ever. Now, I know that's not how you choose, but he narrowly won an election because the Electoral College kind of just broke his way, which are the rules. And then the second time, he lost to Joe Biden, who sat in a basement and took Zoom calls while Trump shot himself in the foot week after week after week and lost the election. There aren't many sitting presidents who lose re-election, but Trump managed to do that. In addition to that, he lost the House, and then through some like just bullshittery, he managed to lose the Senate, telling people their votes don't count and to not vote in Georgia. This guy lost the House, the Senate, and the president in 4 years. Like you could make the counter argument. I can go both ways. Like he won an Olympic gold in his first track and field match, but it was Hillary, and he somehow was less popular than her. And I don't know. It is hard to predict what Trump can do the next time around, but I don't know that anyone beats him in a primary. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see if anyone like disrespects Trump, if anyone goes toe to toe. I would like to watch that show to see a guy, I don't know, call him a liar on the debate stage, to see a guy just, tell him that, like what kind of person likes being lied to? Why would you choose this man? What is it about you that is okay with the way that he treats you? Like, I would love to see that happen on the debate stage and see how people respond to it. It's going to be a good show.
They don't have the balls. They never do that.
It's just tinsel up on those debate stages. They're not going like for the throat, really. Like,
Jeb doesn't have the balls. But next time around, maybe Christie does, or maybe DeSantis does.
Christie getting into a verbal altercation with Donald Trump on stage. Chris Christie is going to look like a foolish little bowling ball next to Trump doing his like grandiose hand motions. You want this guy talking to Putin? You want this guy talking to China? Really?
I don't know. I see him differently than you. I see him as a smarter guy than Trump, the smoother talker, and the guy who took out Mark Rubio.
Trump is good on a stage, though, and so that's why on a stage,
he's good.
That's one of his core. But he also is a total narcissist. So it's easy for him to get off track in debates because all they have to do is say something like that maligns him personally, and he'll spend 5 minutes like saying that's not true. I never did that. You're a fool. You're a retard. Like he'll like. That seems like the ticket if you want to distract him from anything or get him off his game is like attack him personally and then make it visible that like, oh, this guy's kind of just in it to look good himself. Like he wants his legacy as president as that. more than
it does sound like
an
Trump
agenda.
to me. I don't remember him doing that. I remember him interrupting the heck out of Biden. And to me, Biden looked a little cucked in that thing. But to the world, Trump looked like a jerk, and that was their takeaway. So I thought if you told me Trump won that by just being the alpha on stage, I would have bought it. But that's not how people saw it. They saw him as a dick. And then
I never know what to think about those like post-debate things, because like literally news organizations that endorse a particular candidate will be like, "Wouldn't you know what? The person we're endorsing dominated. They did great. They did wonderful. We endorsed Joe Biden, and he won that debate hands down. Don't watch it."
Maybe. I feel like this time around, opinions were so firm that debates didn't change anything.
Yeah,
we'll see how.
Do you think they usually
time.
do debates? Like
they sometimes do. Like historically, they can, but with regards to Trump, I don't know anyone who hasn't made their mind up. I don't know anyone who's on the fence. Like, we'll see. He could win me over. Like, no, everyone's opinion is set. So
I think we just need a new rule. What should be the max age? Should be, I was going to say 70. No, 60. Max age of 60. No, 50. Max age of 50. You need to continue. That person needs to anticipate living at least a few more decades in the world they're helping create. Not someone who's going to like
in their 40s. That might be a little young.
These are the rules I'm making up right now, and so
I stand corrected. Okay.
And if you turn 50 in office, removed by the police,
executed.
You just publicly. We should do what we should do is like
so soft.
Like what the Athenians did for many years is they would just randomly pick, I think, 500 citizens, and that they would be that year's worth of like lawmakers and things, and then they would get removed and new ones would come in. That's a better system. I would take 500 random people from around this country over all these bought and paid for assholes in Congress. It'd be great.
Klingons had a system where if you could beat up the guy in charge of you, then you were now in charge. Like silverback gorillas. What's wrong with that system?
I'm not sure if that's accurate.
You don't know if that's the Klingon way of politics?
I think it is the Klingon way of politics, and John Jones for president.
The toughest guy gets to be president. That'd be good. It'd keep people young. It'd be just a revolving door of UFC guys.
You wouldn't need that max 50-year-old rule. Tito Ortiz isn't beating anybody up.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be like 27-year-olds on performance enhancing drugs making really
you have to
decisions.
be 35. So there'd be this like end of career UFC. Like you'd go from retiring from the UFC into becoming president. That'd be a common career path.
Or even better. Well, not even better. Next best thing. We switch presidents like every 4 to 8 months. Like nobody is even in there long enough to get anything done. And so, everything kind of stagnates and the country falls apart slowly.
Slowly.
It could work. Well, no faster than it is now. It's okay.
It is a weird thing, like watching the U.S. lose its number one position. I used to wonder how England did that. Like, how do you live with yourself? You were a global empire, and now you're just like one of the many countries around. Yet here we are. Like, China has more billionaires than America now. That happened recently. And in some ways, their economy is bigger than ours. In some ways, ours is still the number one. I think ours is mostly the number one. But you see where it's headed. We are watching America become number two.
Yeah. And then I think we'll probably be number two for a long time, right? Like who's coming up after China? Who's
I don't
take
know.
our spot?
I hear like the one I keep seeing, I don't know about taking our spot. I guess it'd probably be India is the third biggest, maybe. I don't know. But or Japan. But Nigeria is supposed to be growing like crazy. Apparently their population is exploding. It's bigger than you might think it is because Africa looks regular on the map, but it's actually ginormous. And it's like Nigeria is the next China. Okay.
Really?
We'll see.
Yeah.
They're good fighters. That's all I know.
Yeah.
That one guy. Yeah.
Don't invade them.
Dude, Taylor, did you watch that hockey thing I told you to watch?
Which thing?
It was a documentary called...
No, I haven't watched it yet.
Oh
no,
my God. This team is owned by literal gangsters. A mobster who they say The Sopranos was based on bought minor league hockey team for his 17-year-old son, and he stocks it up with tough guys and good hockey players, and it's a good team. They got like second in their Calder Cup or whatever it's called.
Is it called Crimes and Penalties?
Yeah, I think so. And anyway, at one point, one of their better fighters gets hit with a cheap shot, and it's a possibly career-ending legacy. And his best friend on the team was known as the Nigerian Nightmare. And they're interviewing him, and they're like, yeah, his career could have been over. So I did what I did. And then they flash to it. He beats the fuck out of like everyone he can. He's so big. He's kicking everyone's ass. And you know how there's like this hold me back. No, he's not faking. He's not hold me back, bro. He's literally breaking free and taking on another victim. And he just one guy after
I thought he wanted me to like fake hold him back, but no. They really needed me to hold him back. He killed him.
Yeah. I'll spoil this. The first game of this whole hockey, like this, it's a brand new hockey team that they created called the Trashers. And the kid's dad, the actual gangster, calls up their leading fighter. He's on the bench. Like they're like, oh, this is like during the anthem or something like that. And the dad points to his phone. Pick up the phone. So there he is about to play. And he's like, as soon as the puck drops, kick his ass. And he's like, I got you, boss. And that's how their season, their whole enterprise begins. The guy drops the gloves and starts a fight as soon as the puck drops for the first time ever.
This does look awesome.
It is so. I was in tears. It was like Avengers Endgame. I like victory. Victory is my thing. I'm all about it. And I'm just watching these guys like they're the bad guys, but somehow I'm rooting for them. Mm-hmm. And every time they emulate the 1970s Flyers, I'm loving it.
Oh, I'm looking at like the Nigerian Nightmares hockey stats.
Okay,
and he was an AHL like career guy. He played 69 games in the NHL, had 2 goals, 3 assists, 137 penalty minutes, which isn't as bad as you would think. In the AHL, where he did all of his fighting, 272 games, 13 goals, 47 assists, 1,025 penalty minutes. He was getting like 300 penalty minutes a year. So just fighting. That's like 2 fights a game or something ludicrous.
All the players were like, I want to come back next year. I want to come back. Of course, they completely circumvented the salary cap. Mark Rupio, something like that. He played for the Devils, but it was a lockout year. And they're calling his agent, and they're like, they want you to come on. They need a goal scorer. And he's like, all right. But the thing is, they want to pay you in cash. He's like, cash? Like check? Like, no, literally. A duffel bag filled to the brim with dollars in it. And that's how they paid this guy. Everyone on the team was getting paid. Like, there's the salary you'd get from the Trashers. And then there'd be another one from a garbage company and another one from like a retail agency and a massage spa. And they were just getting checks from everywhere. They're like, we kind of knew what was happening.
Oh, there's a hockey podcast called Spittin' Chicklets. And there's a couple ex-NHL guys on there. One of them, Paul Bissonnette, not good enough to be in the NHL. He was a fighter. But what's often the career path is those guys go over and play in the KHL, the second best league in the world in Russia. And he tells a bunch of stories about how like people on the team and himself, they'd be like, we need more money. Like, we need more money to keep playing here. We're not getting enough. We're already living in fucking Russia. And like, because so many of the teams are owned by literally Russian gangsters like this, but on a higher scale, he said they would like drive them in like Lincolns to like a different location and just hand them like a briefcase full of cash, like American cash, and be like, there's the next half of your salary in the KHL. But as far as anybody knows, you're still only making $230,000 American. But here's 300. Don't mention anything because we need to work. And it was like so common that like apparently players was like, yeah, well, after the game, I got to take a ride with Sergey, get my money.
That's how this, I was like kind of impressed for a little bit at how good a GM this kid was. Like he's 17 years old. He's putting together a team. And in their first year, they make it to this I'll call it the Stanley Cup. Like, this is pretty, like, the kid knows how to get a fucking team together. I'm impressed. Yeah. I would be a good GM if I had unlimited cash. You just ignored the salary cap.
Yeah.
Everyone you hire is a star.
Man, how's the GM of the Yankees so good all the time? Well, he has unlimited money. That's how he's so good.
Yeah.
Can't stop the Braves, though. Can't stop, won't stop. The Atlanta
nobody
Braves.
can.
You are muted, my friend.
Are they going to be good next year, the Braves?
Yeah, they signed a lot of the talent. Yeah, and a lot of those guys, I watched this whole YouTube video about one of their pitchers. I'm gonna get his name wrong because I'm not a real fan.
Maddox.
That he played in the '90s, and I'm a big fan of his.
He was a good pitcher for the Braves. And
he was one of the best pitchers for anybody. It's like Mechalek or whatever. It's the guy who had like those couple ridiculous innings in the playoffs. They calculated that he alone gave the Braves like a 12.5% increased chance of winning the World Series. Like
baseball stats are crazy.
Yeah. But he had gone through the yips and he was all the way down in like bullshit baseball like a year ago or something like that. He had gone from like a rising star to having the yips, and he spent like a year and a half playing catch to get his mind right. He started 2 feet away from his partner. Here, catch this, and then tossing it back 2 feet. This is a major league pitcher. That's
crazy.
He's already pitched in the majors, but he's lost it, gotten the yips, and he has to go through this recovery thing where like his therapy involves playing catch like an infant would play catch, like feet away from each other, and then backing up he's like
they sit down foot to foot and roll the ball from dick to dick.
Yeah.
Like
and he comes all the way back, and he has like one of the most lights out, impressive performances of any postseason. It's incredible. Like I went back and watched the innings. He comes in trouble and gets them out of it masterfully. It's great. Several times.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then UGA's killing it. Yeah, great year for sports for me. Been a good year.
Yeah.
Been a good year.
It's like you live in Boston.
That's almost it. Yeah, Atlanta's the new Boston. Doesn't without the smell, or the herpes.
I don't know about without that.
All right, we got the herpes.
Do your part, Kyle.
What was the bet that we had that I won? That I'm trying to remember what that was.
Oh, $5 on
that I bet on. The Rittenhouse verdict. That's what I wanted to talk about. I don't really care about the bet as much as just I knew it was about something I wanted to talk about. So Kyle Rittenhouse, innocent of all charges. I watched a small amount of the coverage, like maybe like 10 minutes, but I think the 10 minutes I watched were like pertinent 10 minutes. Like I saw when the jury had to be removed, and I saw the prosecutor being scolded by the judge and all that stuff, and they broke all that down. Seems like he was innocent of the charges that they charged him with. And it was pretty interesting. It always is, I think, to see like someone's reaction when they get that not guilty verdict. Like he collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
He was having a meltdown. And then I saw him smiling in the car leaving. That was great. I love seeing that. That was pretty funny.
That's going to be memeable for a while.
I tend to line up with like the official answer sometimes. Like I don't know, I guess I'm wired like that. And the way I see it, he engaged this guy. He ran from the guy. And because of that, it was self-defense. The guy was chasing him. Who knows what happens if the guy catches him? Takes his gun and does something terrible. It's not going to go well for him. Maybe he catches a beating. But so because he ran away, I felt like he had a pretty valid self-defense claim. And then the next two were almost super valid. Like they were all attacking him. And once the first one's valid, the next two are. I
saw where they got that one guy to admit, the one who had the pistol.
Yeah.
Like they're like, so when he shot you, you had your handgun pointed at his head. Is that like something like that? And he's like, well, yeah.
Yeah. I always thought the next two were just a downstream effect of the first one.
I can't believe that the prosecution would even want. I guess they can't stop him. I mean, no, he had to be a witness for the prosecution. This guy who had a gun, like wasn't he also the child molester?
No, I don't think the first one was the child molester.
The dead guy.
Yeah, the first one of the
first
dead
one's
guys.
Dead.
The other dead one was a
child
wife
molester.
beater or something.
One was and I think the one that got shot in the arm maybe wasn't a bad guy.
He
was a felon who had a weapon. Yeah. Just can't.
I
do
remember
that.
at one point them say, because I remember at some point they were like, and then there's that they had put the jury out of the room, and they were like, and then there's the other issue that we obviously cannot discuss with the prior record, and it's just like, and it's like, oh my god, they got so much shit going on here. Like if the jury was allowed to know any of this stuff, they'd be like, wait a minute, y'all got a child molester and a felon chasing that little boy?
So that like
the news said he was a white supremacist.
in terms of
God damn, are we
karma
voting for
and
metal?
stuff, that's relevant. When Kyle was making his decisions on shoot or no shoot, is it self-defense? Like whether or not that guy, the first one, spent most of his adult life in jail because of I'm saying pedo stuff. I don't know how young they were, but I think they were pretty young. I think pedo might be an actual
They were
fit.
like children, yeah. Like under 11. Between the ages of 9 and 11, there were 5 different instances, I believe.
That lines up with my memory, yeah. So, like, and that guy spent most of his adult life in jail because of that stuff. And then he comes out, and now he's attacking Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
he was awful.
You just wish that I feel like I'm gonna get if I'm Kyle Rittenhouse, I'm making like little paper planes, like throwing them at the jury. like felon. He molested children.
Yeah. So he got off on everything. It does feel kind of yucky. Like a couple weeks beforehand, he's on video saying he wanted to shoot shoplifters. All right, we don't love shoplifters, but also it's not an appropriate punishment for stealing condoms and lipstick, right?
In what he said, like I think, and he said this too. He said something like, "I wish I had my rifle because they're stealing," or something like that, right? I heard him say something like that. Yeah,
but he didn't go and shoot shoplifters and thieves.
But it goes to
self-defense.
We're talking about his mindset, and then he goes to this protest with the gun. I feel like he went there with a, you know what? I wish a motherfucker would kind of attitude.
You could say that about Superman. He's always got those laser eyes. He shows up where he knows crimes might be committed. I mean, it's almost premeditated if you think about it. If he lasers somebody,
it's kind of a good counter argument. Like
Kyle Rittenhouse is a modern day Batman. He's not the hero we need, or the hero we deserve
yet.
But he is a hero.
I mean,
what do you know?
It's funny.
What do you know?
I do like where you're coming from. Like I'm open-minded to this idea.
It makes too much sense.
He went there looking for trouble, and he kind of started it.
No, he didn't.
Batman's looking for trouble every night.
He went
every night
to the
Batman
guy
hits
to
Gotham. He's
cars
looking
from
for
being
trouble.
damaged.
If you tell someone stop damaging that car and then they chase you and try and steal your firearm, did you start it?
Yeah, I mean, what it's
so?
not.
Because he didn't
it was
escalate
like
to violence,
his
right?
job to protect cars. He went there thinking, if anyone does anything I think is out of line, I'm going to handle this problem.
But like that's
that
not what
feels a
like
little young. That's what
Batman.
vigilantism.
he didn't go around like shooting people who were lighting fires at the car lot. Someone chased him. There's like now the HD video of like that initial thing. He got chased. The guy was like trying to take his gun from him. He turned, shot him, and then now a mob is running after him trying to kill him.
They suspected that if he caught him, he would try. He was still 6 feet away. It's to say that he was trying to take his gun from him is premature.
I mean, he was running at him.
Right, but that's just not the same thing as trying to take his gun from him, which is what you actually
I mean,
said.
come on.
He
now.
was
You're
chasing
going to
down
wait
the
there
alley
until he has his hand.
Maybe
on the barrel?
his intention was to beat him up. Like you don't know that his intention was to take the gun from him and turn him on him, but it is a possibility. Kyle Rittenhouse went to this thing sort of thinking if anyone gets out of line, I'm going to take care of it. And that does feel a little yucky because someone got out of line and he ended up killing 2 people and wounding another. And
in self-defense.
Yeah, in self-defense, certainly when you look at like this specific way that it went down, I really like that Rittenhouse ran because Rittenhouse ran from this guy. I'm lining up with the self-defense thing. I think the jury was right.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he didn't run. Let's say that Rittenhouse stood his ground from the beginning. You fucking scratch that car, I'm gonna end you. And the guy comes at Kyle and he shoots him. That would feel. That's not what happened, but that's bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, if something different happened, we'd respond to it differently. But I just think like a point that's getting mishmashed out there is like, oh, he went there and he was ready to murder anybody who touched a car. And it's like, okay, well, there were lots of cars being torched and he didn't murder any of those people. It wasn't until someone was trying to attack him that all this went down. And then 2 subsequent people tried to attack him.
Well, the guy tried to attack him because he told him not to touch a car.
And that's rational. Don't touch that car. It doesn't belong to you. And you go at someone with a gun. And if you're going at someone with a gun, what do you think? You're going to finesse them like Avatar out of it? Like, no, you're going to try and take the gun.
Well, there's some assumptions there, right? But I don't know. It does seem like it's like you don't want people to go into these riots looking to shoot anyone who gets out of line.
Isn't that what the police do?
Yeah. That is what the police are for, right? That's what the cops are for. They're supposed to go in there and clear the area and
I don't like it.
Try non-lethal first, right? They tend to use pepper spray and tear gas and make people not be in the area.
I think it's easy to say we shouldn't lionize vigilantism while also being like, this is an instance where this person was 100% defending themselves.
That's what I'm saying all along. That's my point. This guy, look, he tried to disengage. He didn't want to kill him. He did want to stop him from scratching the car, but when he had an opportunity to not fight him, he took it or tried to take it, and then it wasn't available to him. So he's innocent. I get it. I'm on board with that. I still look at the very beginning of it as just a little yucky. You know, he went there with his gun looking to be an amateur cop.
I think he's going to make a ton of money out of this. Like, because like the media was like out and out slandering him for like a year, calling him a white supremacist, that, you know, just so much fake nonsense surrounding it. Like that one kid, the kid who CNN and all the news sites, they ran with that fake story of like, look at all these white racist, white supremacist MAGA kids charging at this Native American man. And it's like, that's not what happened. And that one guy got his face all Sandman, and he made like boatloads of money. And this is a way bigger story than that ever was. So I bet he makes.
So we don't know how much he made. It is true. So what I saw the media do was edit this thing. And the kid, we're talking about the kid with the MAGA hat who was kind of smirking while the savage American played his tambourines all around him, right?
He was trying to put a spell on him, is what I'm told.
So if you just look at that, and I fell for it personally, you see this smirking kid with the MAGA hat and the guy do whoa, 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 whatever he's singing. And it's like, you think the kid's a jerk. But if you watch the whole video, it's like, dude, the Indian went to him. The kid wasn't the bad guy, but they kind of selectively edited it to make it look like he was, and he won an undisclosed settlement. Everyone's saying it's $250 million because he sued for $250 million.
Not
I would be surprised if he actually got $250 million, but he got something that made him settle. And I bet it was multiple millions.
I'm sure. I bet it was like, don't work for the rest of your life, millions.
Yeah, maybe. I bet it was. And the news really did slant that story and disparage his character. With Rittenhouse, like, I didn't see them call him a white supremacist. Maybe they did.
I saw them like in multiple articles, or maybe white nationalist was the term they used. So they called him a white nationalist, and that he went there with the intent to murder people. And it's like, oh, CNN just called me a white nationalist. My life is destroyed forever. Like that. Like, I'm never going to get a job. I'm never going to get anything.
Half the country thinks he's a hero. I wonder. Did you see Matt Gaetz offered him a job?
No, I don't know much about that guy. Whatever happened with him being a pedo or like pedo accusations?
That's not a true thing.
Slowly unfolding.
Nothing yet, though.
Dude, last I heard, they were hiring attorneys who specialized in like child trafficking or something like that. It sucks how these things take like 4 years to play out.
Why are there attorneys who specialize in that?
He's working with a lot of politicians. That's why he solely works with Congress people.
But yeah, Matt Gaetz offered him. It's funny. It's like, we don't know anything about Kyle Rittenhouse's politics, right? I mean, you're just going to assume he's even a Republican?
No, I would say he's definitely like. I would assume he's a MAGA Republican guy. It's funny like we were talking about what's that the car crash thing. The guy who ran down all those people in the parade.
Oh yeah.
What is his name?
I don't remember his name. Yeah, and there are so many like desperate like blue checks I've seen on Twitter being like, there's nothing to indicate that he's not a MAGA person. He's a, he's what are you saying? He likes BLM. And it's like, yeah, like look at a lot of his posts. I saw something wild, and I looked to confirm if it's real, but like it was like a black nationalist post, and it was like one of those like fake quotes with Hitler on it. And Hitler is on this thing, and it's a long paragraph, and it's about this fictitious monologue of Hitler being like, the true Jews are the blacks that were stolen from Africa and America. And these white Jews are trying to pretend to be God's chosen. And they're dangerous because they are not the true Hebrews and Israelites. And it's like, I am not a historian, but Hitler did not say that. there's no, wouldn't he have been furious at black Americans if that was like
yeah, probably. I looked into the dude, the Waukesha Christmas parade attack guy. Apparently he had just left a domestic dispute, was having a really bad day, was kind of insane, and willing to run people over with his car. There's no politics angle at this thing.
Well, nobody said he had a bad day. I mean, shit.
He had a bad
We've all
day,
been there.
Yeah.
How many people died? How many people died?
5 so far.
Oh, come on. That's not...
Can you imagine if a white guy drove intentionally through 50 black people in a parade?
Well, hang on, Taylor. We haven't heard how his day was going.
We haven't heard how his day is going.
Taylor, be open-minded on this. Come on.
Oh, yeah. It's funny when like it doesn't go against the narrative. It's like, there's no way to know anything. We don't know what his motivation. We don't even know what he believes. It's all in the ether. And then it's like, oh, this other guy? Yeah, he's a white nationalist. He's a Nazi.
Oh, you're talking about Rittenhouse now?
Yeah, I was saying like the comparison in narratives and how there's just this
anti-BLM riot. So
no, he was at a BLM.
You'd have to make it. Yeah. Well, he was there to stop the BLM people from misbehaving, right?
He said he was pro BLM.
He did. He did.
He?
He was pro BLM.
Yeah. Oh, I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, that's why he only shoots whites.
You're making a lot of sense.
Yeah. He's like, you guys have been reading me wrong the whole time. Let's tear this shit down.
And I got them because they weren't going hard enough.
They were traitors to the cause.
I wanted to burn down the police station, and they're fucking around with Corollas. You know
how long I've been undercover.
Shit, I don't know. Rittenhouse is innocent. I think he deserves to be. This guy, non-political, it seems, just total asshole in the parade running over. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he had some posts apparently on his social media about like hitting or harming white people.
Really?
Yeah, like there were articles out, like all of this is archived. Like, and I saw some post, like a green text that was making me laugh, where it was like, 5 hours after this happens, CNN and Fox, we don't know anything about this person. It could be anything. 4chan 3 minutes afterward. Here's his name. Here's his criminal record. Here's his address. Here's a prior conviction he has. Here's where he got the gun. Here's what his cat had for breakfast. It's like, okay, if these fucking autists on the internet can figure all this stuff out on Twitter and 4chan and shit. Like,
this guy has posts about hating white people, and then he ran over a bunch of them in a parade. That's not a good look, bro.
And who knows? Maybe all that comes out as fake, and I've been bamboozled, which, I've been bamboozled before. But
if you can't trust 4chan, who can you trust?
Yeah, you can't trust those people. Who can you really trust? The mainstream media. It's very interesting times we live in.
Always.
And especially with hockey season going, which is what I've been focusing on almost entirely.
Dude, I looked a few days ago. Hurricanes still the best team in all of hockey. Yeah. Some say the best team to have ever played hockey. They've only lost 3 games this year. They're 14. Name another team that only lost 3 games in a season. You can't do it.
That's true. It's never happened over the course of the whole season. So they're the best ones ever. But
more like I know I'm exaggerating, but we're about a quarter way through the season. Is that fairish? Are we about a quarter in? And they're the best team in hockey with a quarter of it done. Look, where else would you rather be? For sure. I mean, like I was reading something that if Carolina finishes at this pace, they'll have the best record in the history of the NHL. Like they'll have the best point total, which is dangerous because Tampa Bay did that a couple years ago and got swept by an 8th seed in the first round. And then in the same year, the Arizona Coyotes are on pace to have the worst season in NHL history. They've won 4 games. They're on a 2-game win streak.
until 3 days ago, they were 2-13-2. They 4 points, pretty fucking shit. But I love when this kind of stuff happens, whether it's the best or the worst, just new ground being broken. And obviously, it's unlikely that either of those two teams will continue on that trajectory. But funny enough, I watched a Hurricanes game last night. They played the Sharks, and I was watching because I was like, I've only watched like one Hurricanes game this whole season. I'm excited. Like, I want to see how dominant they are. And like, of course, the game I pick, they get beat 2-1 by the fucking Sharks. And it's like, well, damn it, this wasn't the high flying offense I was hoping for. But it was one of those games also, what do you know, because you watch hockey, where you're like, like they were sniffing the goal all the time. It was just bounces and luck and, you know, some great.
Don't you hate that when your team gets like 38 shots on goal and they have one goal?
And that's the worst, because then, you know, their goalie is like feeling so hot, and it's even tougher to beat him now because he's like so high on himself and riding the momentum. Oh, Kyle, I want to get you into hockey.
No, thanks.
But what about the Black Feet?
I mean, I saw that thing in my closet the other day. I was like, ho. And I was like, hope they're doing well, you know. And then I realized, like, I'm pretty sure it's the off season, but then I don't know.
We were just talking about it. The hockey season's going, but
no idea. I kind of like the Blackfeet, and I think I'm going to stick with them because of the rape.
More's coming out about that story. Like, now Kyle Beach, the guy, John Doe, is like apparently with his attorney in talks with the Blackhawks organization about career-long recompense, you know, fiduciary recompense for all of his lost wages. And so, like, and also because this was such a huge story, the NHL can't possibly, like, if Chicago said, we'll pay you $1 million a year for the next 10 years, that would be the absolute worst PR. Like, it would damage the brand more than anything. So I think they're going to give him boatloads of cash and be like, you were a first round pick, you had all the makings of a great NHLer.
Wow, that's
a $60 million career you could have had, you know, and they could make a case for that. I don't think he'll get like 60, but he should. I hope they pay through the nose for this guy. I originally I was like,
I would totally suck a few dicks for $60 million. Is that what he had to do?
Mil. He just got like physically and mentally abused by some coaches, and then like hidden away in the minor leagues, making him think his career was never going to go anywhere. Like, putting yourself in his shoes.
I do that on Twitch for 300.
Depressing. But like, think about it. Like, you're the best at whatever sport you want. You get to a high level. Now you're chosen like in the top 11 in the NHL, in the NFL, whatever it is. And then you're like hidden. And there's articles written about you all the time from Chicago media, the biggest bust in Blackhawks history. And like, your confidence is ruined. He has to play he plays in Germany now. Like, I'm sure his talent fell off so much from his, like, the problems he developed with substances. I think he's 30.
Yeah.
Right?
He's not breaking into the NHL.
No, he's not going. 31. Yeah, he's not about to break in. But he could have, and he would have. And so I hope they pay through the nose. You know, it's rare that a first round draft pick just doesn't see the NHL.
I wonder how often, like, there's a player who should have been the NHL who's not, right? Like with track, field, swimming, there is no under the radar guy beating these top guys. Like, that's not a thing at all. In basketball, people say it could be, you know, like, oh, this guy in Harlem is just so good. He's as good as any NBA player. Maybe, or at least at certain things. And, you know, so I wonder if that happens in hockey much. Like, if there are many players who just don't get the chance they should have.
I don't know. Like, the difference in just watching a beer league, like, where there's a fourth liner who played 37 games in the NHL. Like, that guy just decides when he's going to score. He may have zero goals, 0 assists, 100 games played. Worst player statistically in NHL history. That guy's dangling. He's breaking people's ankles.
So
like,
good.
He's so much better than everyone. Like, just speed alone. Like, I don't even know. Other professional leagues, like, someone will come from the KHL sometimes and just do just tremendously well in the NHL. But those are only the Russians who initially don't come to the NHL because they don't want to learn English.
It happens in fighting all the time. It always seems like there's some guy from wherever Borat was from, like Kakistan or something.
Kakistan.
Yeah, and Kakistan, not cack. Anyway, there's some guy from whatever unspecifiedistan who's an amazing wrestler. He's Muslim, and it turns out he could beat anyone in his weight class at the UFC. And they just like, there's an undefeated guy now, Kazmat or something. Nobody wants to fight him.
Oh, Kamzat Chimaev or something.
Yeah, Colby Covington calls him cum shot.
Yeah, it's a whole mouthful of nonsense. And nobody knows what his value is because he's like starched everybody he's fought. But who are they? You know, and you can't find his level.
It's really tough. All the guys who like what they say have a number next to the name who are actually ranked don't want to fight this guy. They all turn it down.
Yeah.
So he just fights whoever he can get, starches him. It's hard to find 10 seconds where this guy isn't winning. And it seems like there's a bunch of guys like that exist in these weird sambo leagues who don't get their chance. I don't think that happens in hockey so much. It certainly doesn't happen in the clock-based sports.
Yeah. And I think part of that has to do with like UFC still like globally getting more popular, like all the mixed martial arts. So like eventually it'll get to a point where like I think it'll be more similar to these other sports where like there's no guy in, you know, Sweden who would dominate if the Red Wings would just give him a shot. Like, but there's still that guy in UFC.
Fighting's interesting. So prior to like whatever 1995, whenever it started, I forget. We thought the toughest people on earth were like acrobats that yelled a lot while fighting.
Yeah.
Bouncing around, kicking you in the head while doing triple flips, drunken fighting style. There's no counter to it. What are you going to do? Like, we thought those were the toughest guys on earth. It turns out that the toughest guys on earth were wrestlers from the Midwest. These Mark Kerrs, Matt Hughes, like these guys were the baddest motherfuckers around. And then time passes some more, and it turns out that you can learn to defend that pretty quickly, and the strikers are the toughest guys on earth. And now it turns out there are these guys with indomitable wills in Kakistan or something that they're the toughest guys on earth. And I'm surprised that whatever it is, 30 years later, we're still kind of figuring out what makes the best fighter. I thought it was boxers. I thought boxers were going to beat everyone. That would have been my guess prior to the UFC, that the American boxer is the best fighter around. Turns out, like regular Brazilian jiu-jitsu guys who give up 75 pounds of muscle can beat them.
I always thought it was someone who could kick. The kick just seemed so much better than the punch. It seemed like if you could kick and they couldn't kick, that's all that would matter.
I see the logic. But yeah, I don't know. I still like the UFC because we're still figuring out what makes a great fighter. Like we're still doing it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that at some point we go back to the bouncing around while screaming thing. I'm hoping it comes full circle.
Showtime Pettis jumping off the side of the cage.
Whoa! I'd love that. I'd love that if there were a guy who just did it. Like Adesanya is as close as we're gonna get.
There's another guy. I forget his name. He has a really good body, and he gets tired after a round and a half. but he's always jumping around, doing like flip kicks and other nonsense.
There's a few guys that are like crazy. Like Yair's like that. Yair's really entertaining to watch. He spent all that time off and then came back, and I bet he's fucked up after that Max Holloway fight. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the I don't know, all the fights. I always am. What's upcoming? Obviously, is it Gaethje? Is that the next thing?
Michael Poirier is the one I'm thinking of. Something close to that. So Jake Paul fights December 18th. I know you said UFC, but I always find him interesting.
I don't.
Dude, Jake Paul has very cleverly picked his opponents, right? When he fights the NBA guy, professional athlete, but you know, he wins. He knocks him out. And then he fought Ben Askren, right? And Ben Askren's a real fighter, not a boxer, which is what he's doing, but he's a real fighter, and he beats Ben Askren soundly. Then Tyrone Woodley. I nearly bet $10,000 on Tyrone Woodley.
Ooh, that would have sucked.
Not only was he the underdog, but he's like a legit UFC champion. I'm like, no way he beats Tyrone Woodley. but he beats Tyrone Woodley. Now he's going after, is it Tommy Fury? Do you know who his next opponent is?
I don't know who his next opponent is.
But it's like an actual professional boxer. And
that seems foolish.
Right? Like the gimmicks are gone. Now he's going up against a guy who really specializes in throwing hands.
Does he just want to be a professional boxer now? Because like that's
Tommy
foolish.
Fury. It's a
by the way, what a great name.
Yes.
Tommy Fury. Like,
Is
holy shit.
Is he the heavyweight guy's son? I think he might be.
Is it Tyson Fury's son?
That's the question. I'm checking it out now. I'm not sure. I'm not finding it quickly enough. Yeah, his half brother is Tyson Fury. Okay. So anyway, but this guy's like a real genuine boxer, and he's very excited. He's like, Tommy Fury had this rant recently. It was like 1.5 minutes long. And he's like, this is an easy fight for me. You have made a huge mistake. You did a great job in selecting your opponents. I'm an actual professional boxer, and I'm going to pop your head off. And he went on and on and on, and he sold me on it. Tommy Fury is going, but every time you bet against Jake Paul, you lose.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, is this the time where if Jake Paul beats this guy, is he legit?
Dude, McGregor did that to me. I thought McGregor was mostly hype until he beat Dustin Poirier the first time. Then I was like, all right, I was wrong.
Yeah, at a certain point, you got to just be like, all right, I guess you're like real fucking good at this thing that they've been saying you're real good at for a while now, and I was just the only one who was just too fucking stupid. God damn it.
Yes, I do that sometimes. And
yeah, I do that too. Yeah,
doing it to Jake Paul, and we'll see. I mean, Jake Paul's a legit tough guy. I don't want to fight Jake Paul.
Oh, fuck no.
Jake Paul, if you see me, don't hit me. I would hate that.
No, he's no Diego Sanchez. You can't just put this guy over. All right, you mess with Jake Paul, you're gonna catch hands. All right, you're not just gonna bend over and ask for it.
Yeah, like that other guy,
like a Diego, the wet dream Sanchez type character might do.
But yes, I'm looking forward to his fight. I don't know if Gaethje even got the fight you were talking about. So for the one guy gets to fight Cowboy, that Olivier guy, and it's either Gaethje or is it Cumshot I'm thinking of? There's another guy that's like might go right to the title fight, and we'll see who it is. But I feel like it hasn't been announced.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, let's do a
we've got a bunch of those AMA questions, those awful AMA questions.
I was just thinking that if you were to have an orgy with every major character of a movie, which do you pick?
Lord of the Rings.
They're all
dudes.
The Craft. That's the one where all the high school girls are like in a little witch coven together.
Okay. I was going with Descent. Was the first one that popped into my head.
That's a good one. Oh, it's a good pick.
I don't know. Those bitches. Do you have to fuck those monsters too, though?
How about Harry Potter?
Like you're like nah.
Harry Potter, but only the first one.
They're all so young.
I actually saw that question before we started the show, and my mind immediately went, Little Rascals.
I don't know, Sandlot, something like that. Get the dog involved. Yeah,
that was a good one.
Okay, that was a good one. I like that one. That left some open.
Yeah, to sift through a lot of cat shit to get to anything in that box, though.
If you could choose one conspiracy theory to be true, what would you choose and why?
The Holocaust.
Why?
Because it's funny to say. Conspiracy theory to be true.
That's a good one. I'm going to think seeing everybody have to be wrong about the moon at the same time would be pretty wild. Or really everyone would be wrong on flat Earth. If you want to pick one where 100% of people and their assumption was wrong. But no, that's even in silly time, that's unbelievable. Yeah, the moon. It would come out that the moon landing was fake, that Stanley Kubrick did it, and that like all the whistleblowers had been silenced.
Yeah,
that'd be an interesting one. That is the thing, right? They say Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, Yeah, that's one of the theories.
Well, he was the best director at the time, so who else would you get?
He was. And if you watch 2001: A Space Odyssey, that moon scene looks pretty legit.
Yeah, yeah, Moon would be good. Yours is the funniest.
Oh, I know. I stopped playing after my guess. I'm done. I won.
That's a victory. That's the tally in the W column for you.
I would the Denver Airport one, that the Denver International Airport stands above an underground city that serves as the headquarters of the New World Order.
That'd be pretty wild.
That'd be
pretty
cool
wild.
If that was true.
I was there the other day, and I told the guys, I was like, make sure you like look at the fucking weird ass horse on the way back, because it's the way into the airport. I'm pretty sure, not the way out.
You were at the Denver Airport the other day?
Yeah, last month, right?
Yeah.
Last month.
Oh yeah. When you went to Denver, right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
It is a.
I was like, wasn't I? How high was I?
I was thinking of your driving trip. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a bunch of weird stuff at the Denver airport. Like occult stuff. And like, I remember when I did the conspiracy theory on it, like years ago, like some of it just genuinely didn't make sense. Like, why would you put a mural of children screaming while like neo-Soviets have guns and scimitars or something? Like, this isn't what you should see at baggage claim. It should have a picture of the mountains or like an advertising for skiing.
Yeah, it's weird shit. I like that. Airports don't seem to have been commercialized when I really think about it. Like there's not bullshit everywhere inside the airport. They just sell their own shit, right? I mean, you got the Sky Mall and you got some stores in there, but like everything's not plastered with like ads or anything. Now that I think about it,
I think it depends on the airport.
Yeah, I mean, I only fly Delta. Maybe I don't know shit. Yeah, I've only ever flown Delta, I think.
Your whole life?
Yeah, I think maybe I caught one American Airlines like one time, but that's amongst like 40 Delta flights or something.
I've had horrible experiences with American, and I've flown them a handful of times. I usually do Southwest or Delta.
Delta's my favorite. I love Delta. I like everything about Delta. Kitty's got a peanut allergy. Delta doesn't do peanuts, so like that's like step one for why we do it. But also like they got a good reward program. Atlanta's their fucking hub. Half of the Atlanta airport is Delta. It's like you're either North Terminal or South Terminal. If you're in North Terminal, you're at an airline. If you're in South Terminal, you're at Delta. Like everything else is North.
If you fly Delta from Atlanta, you can probably find a nonstop flight there.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost always. Yeah, it's great.
That's not true in Raleigh. In Raleigh, everything is like first you hit Charlotte, first you hit Dallas, Fort Worth, and then you get somewhere else. Everything has a stop. Well, almost. So the Raleigh airport broke the other day. Apparently it rained and all the computers went down and all the flights stopped. All the lines backed up. This won't mean anything to people, but it was like out of the building into like where you drop people off. The lines were just it was crazy.
The computers went down for rain?
Yes. Well,
and they canceled all the flights. Oh, flooding. Okay.
Yeah, the computers literally got water damage, I think.
Did you see what happened at the Atlanta airport? It was the Atlanta airport where the gun went off, right?
Yeah. Did that guy get away? So the guy had a gun in like security. And then instead of being like, oh, I can't believe I left it there, he grabs the gun, accidentally fires it, runs for it. And gets away.
Yeah.
Get away.
He got away.
Did they ever ID?
He had a gun. What were they going to
do? As far as I can tell, he just accidentally fired the gun to be like, oh, shit, it's in there. He gets it and he runs. They don't know who he was. I guess his bag didn't have any identifying stuff in it.
But do you have to get through the scanner guy?
He wasn't through it yet. Oh, I guess I don't know. I'm not sure. But he got the gun and he ran away and he exited the airport grounds. And last I heard, they were trying to ID him. Now there's cameras everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
How could they not ID him? But does anyone have an update to that?
Yeah, I never heard that story. That is wild. He just brandished a gun and then ran away after firing it.
It's wild. The whole thing is wild.
So the TSA wasn't there to tackle him to the ground?
No, not even a little bit.
I don't blame them. They probably don't make enough to tackle someone to the ground with a loaded gun. No one does.
No one does.
Police found the gun. I guess he ditched it.
probably all
at the airport. Shucks, there's a paywall on this.
He was a felon. Okay.
Oh no.
So he was in real.
Not one of my people.
I feel like with an airport, they could find someone pretty easily.
Is the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport like the big one, the one you would go to?
Yeah,
Kyle?
that's the one.
That's the one. Okay. It was an accidental discharge. Shit, I want more. Oh, they identified him. Kenny Wells, 42 years old.
My man Kenny.
My man Kenny. So
wait,
I guess
isn't that Wings' brother?
Cousin.
All them pills that Kenny been banging?
Oh, Jesus.
That's what they always say. Oh, that's funny.
Well, if they haven't caught him by now, they're not going to catch him.
I think got his name. They're going to get him.
They got his name.
Oh, they got his name. Okay.
If they don't have him already, he's toast. Well, shit, I'm not getting any more details than I already gave.
He's in a lot of trouble. Like I think possession of a firearm by a felon is like...
And like firing it in an airport?
It's like 5 years, maybe 10 years. It's like 5 though, I think for sure. It's not good. But then like the whole like having it in the airport and having it go off. I mean, if he wasn't
allowed to have it.
You're allowed to have it. It's the felon thing. That's what I was about to say. It's like, I think he'd be all A-okay. I think like if Taylor did this, he's probably 100% okay. Like maybe you pay a fine for like reckless. I don't know.
In 2014, Georgia passed a law that allowed concealed weapons at airports and areas outside screening checkpoint. So prior to passing through security, you're allowed to carry your concealed carry in Georgia.
Correct. Yeah.
But the felon
I
thing,
wouldn't do it.
It's going to be a problem. Stupid. Yeah. Well, eventually you're going to pass security.
Like you're gonna throw your gun away.
They're really expensive guns. Like, yeah, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, and there's like I've said this before. This was years and years ago. I went through for a work trip, and I had like a backpack, I had my laptop and a few things in, just a day trip. And I got through, and I forgot I'd taken that backpack hunting like months and months prior. And so I had 2 magazines for a handgun with not a gun in there, just the magazines. And like when they went through, they pulled me aside and they're like, "Hey, you can't have this stuff." And like in my head, I'm like, "Oh, I'm in like the most trouble. I broke the rules around the airport with sure there's no gun here. It's just 2 mags full of 9mm ammo." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, what do I do?" And she's like, "You're going to want to get back in line and just throw both of these into the garbage." And I'm like,
"Do you know how much ammunition costs, ma'am?"
Yeah.
No, thank you. I'll drive.
These are hollow points.
I asked, I was like, "So is there a guy or can I leave these here and get them when I come back? I don't want to lose these." And she's like, "No, you just have to go back." And then I'm like, as I was walking back, I'm like, "So just like in the same one, that guy just threw his fucking Orange Julius in." Okay. Like this is how we're disposing of this according to the
live
TSA.
ammunition.
Yeah.
I used to carry a knife through security so much that I thought you pretty much could. It's a Leatherman. I carry a Leatherman or a multi-tool on me almost all the time, hardly ever without one. And I would just put it in my backpack and have the backpack pass through security. And I must have got through like 12 times in a row. And then when they finally took it, it was like, "You're giving me shit about, okay, you can have it." I didn't even consider that trying to get a knife through airport security could get me in trouble. Mm-hmm. It was more like, if you're going to be a dick about it, just keep it. And that's not what I said. I was more respectful, but that was my thought. And then I got caught like, I don't know, more often, like 2 times out of 3. And I'm like, well, at this point, I'm just giving away too many Leathermans. I'm not going to do it anymore. I got a new one.
Oh,
yeah. So I don't know if this is interesting to people, but I found this small one by Gerber. Zach, can you full screen me? It has a bit driver that I use all the time. You can flip it and make it.
Oh, look at that.
Square head. It has an itty bitty awl thing, which I almost never use, but it has it. Let me get it out. This thing? Yeah. I don't know. Do people, it's for like poking leather and stuff. I never need to make small holes. I guess you could open boxes with it, but I'm not really into it. It has scissors, which are big to me. I really like having scissors. Second, I'm working on it.
Yeah, scissors are a handy one on there.
Scissors are super handy, and I like that these scissors, they have like a little spring in them, so they like open on their own. Sometimes in tools in this class, like it doesn't have this spring that opens it, so you have to like almost pull it apart again, and that kind of sucks. And of course, it has the knife, and I like that the knife is like one hand opening that you can open with, but the whole thing is super tiny. So I don't know. I'm going to carry this for a little bit. I like my little multi-tools.
Yeah, I like it too.
And then this side's a hammer, which obviously you're not driving nails with it or anything.
Well, everything's a hammer.
Tent stakes and little shit like that you can hit with this end, which is meant to be pounded on. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is neat.
Anyway.
A little bottle opener there.
Yeah.
On your hammer. for camping, I'm sure.
So it's pretty small. I got another. Hold on. I have one more.
I don't have any Leathermans. Or no, I bet I do downstairs in my toolbox. I don't know. Do you, Kyle?
This will just be a second.
No, I don't have any of that stuff. My dad always carried a Leatherman. He had like the big one. I don't know, probably the biggest one, the thing that like flips open and does all the nonsense. But I never carried one. I just have a bag of tools.
What I normally carry is a flashlight and a Leatherman. And they kind of go next to each other, and this is the space they take in your pocket. This is the form factor. Cool. This one is different. It's long and it's thin, and it doesn't do as much shit, but it has a knife that opens like this. So it's actually a fixed blade knife. It's not foldable. It locks in. The knife comes like this deep into it. And to some people, having it fixed blade is worth a little more. It can't bend and close on your fingers or anything like that. Cool. It has another little thing here. It's a flathead, but the ends are tapered, so it kind of fits in a Phillips head too, and a bottle opener, if that's cool to you. And then this side is a flashlight.
Ah, my eyes.
Is that as good as the independent flashlight?
No, it's not. In some ways, it's better. Some people value having a AAA battery because they sell them at like every gas station everywhere at any time. Whereas my other one is a rechargeable like USB cord that you need to have with a little magnet. Like if you don't bring the charger, you're kind of fucked. Whereas this one, you can always, buy a new battery. But I don't know. I'm into my little knives. I wasn't sure if other people would find it interesting, but
no, I like that stuff.
Blade.
I like gadgets in general. That's why I've got my my spork in there.
The ultimate gadget.
I was going to tell you what. I was on one of those MRE websites, and they make special sporks and spoons that are extra long for going down in those pouches.
Are they $30?
Oh, he's got him one. Like he went. He's got himself a fancy spoon. Look at this.
Oh yeah. You guys both have fancy sporks.
I bet he's got something.
I'm out of the
unique
loop
here.
Fancy sporks.
He carved his from a piece of birch.
Is it in here?
It's like when Homer got that limb that had been hit by lightning and made the bat.
Yeah.
So it stores tiny.
Oh my God.
But
quick little assembly process.
Yeah, we'll screw each end together. And I have
ends together. Oh my.
Can you tell how long this is?
It looks
a sizable spoon.
It looks 2 feet long.
This is a very long.
But there's no.
And you can go into the MRE pouch and not get it all over your fingers and knuckles.
Are there like tangs on that? It looks just like a spoon.
It is a spoon. It's a spoon. But that's what you need for your pad thai rehydrated bullshit meal you're eating that only tastes good because you're at a campfire. But this is a long thing, and you can keep your knuckles and fingers clean while you dig it out of the pouch.
Never tried an MRE. I imagine they're very salty.
So he called it an MRE, but I'm actually talking about like a dehydrated.
Oh, okay.
Basically, you add water to pad thai, and it turns into something resembling pad thai, resembling whatever, some sort of rice and meat.
Yeah, I ate an MRE the other day for dinner. I had waited too long, and I didn't have any groceries, and I'd waited too long to order food. And,
but you're near Atlanta. Don't you have like nearly 24-hour services?
I don't want to drive. I don't
want to leave.
I'm high as fuck.
But there isn't 24-hour delivery like Postmates?
No, not 24 hours. They close eventually.
Yeah, they close when the stores do.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had my cheese tortellini MRE, and I broke that bad boy out, and it was awful. was awful.
Cheese tortellini. How could you ruin cheese tortellini?
The cheese tortellini was actually the best part. The rest of it was like a bag of peanuts, freeze dry, and like not freeze dry, vacuum sealed peanuts. And I was like, ooh, let's see what the other snack is. And it was trail mix. But the trail mix was nothing but peanuts. So I just
That's not true. Look, now we're in my wheelhouse. That's not true. Trail mix.
There was peanuts, like 3 cashews, and
no M&Ms?
these little pretzel balls. Like they were like a pretzel, but they were like the size of a Skittle or something. And that was it.
Disappointed U.S. Army.
There was the MRE crackers, and there was the peanut butter and chocolate spread, which meant that there were 3 items with peanuts in there. Like it was a peanut bag.
That meal.
It was a peanut bag. It is all it was. And
is that the only one you had? The only MRE?
I had one. Well, I got a whole bunch of MREs like at a location, but like I got my MREs here. I just had the one
in your bug out shack in the middle of the woods.
wherever my MREs are, it doesn't matter. They are where they are,
but especially not there.
Bit of a prepper.
I wouldn't talk about that sort of thing ever.
That's how you can tell. You can tell the real preppers from the fake ones because the real ones never talk about prepping, and the fake ones always talk about prepping.
Well, it's just some people see it as a hobby, and some people see it as a contingency.
Yeah, but the ones who are like taking it seriously were like, "There's gonna be an EMP." Like they're like, "Son, did you mention all of this at school? We're pulling you out. We're going." Like the serious ones aren't going on that show, I would say.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. Especially the ones who have like stuff to lose. Like it's one thing if you're like already you're just an average guy and you're just looking for enough like rice and beans to keep you alive in some weird scenario. But like if you're already like a millionaire who's like enjoying his like lifestyle, or 100 millionaire or whatever, like those guys' plans are always extreme.
Yeah, and those ones are the coolest because they set up prepping in a way where it's like, I'm not prepping to survive. I'm prepping to not lose a step in my quality of life. Like I need my live-in servants and all this shit. I bet Bezos and Musk, all those guys have contingency plans at the bottom of the maybe underneath the Denver airport, if Woody's assumption is correct. We don't know.
If I had like Musk money, I might not want to live in the next thing. Like that, you can only go down from here. It would suck. I don't know. Like when I see people who kill themselves because of a zombie outbreak, I'm like, they might have the right idea.
Yeah, it's pretty selfish.
There's not a lot of joy coming your way.
Because, well, I guess it depends on the kind of zombies. If it's the kind of zombie that's like airborne and when you die, you come back as a zombie, very selfish to kill yourself without like a guillotine. But if it's like you have to be bit, I could see that. Definitely.
You just shoot
checking
yourself
out
at the temple, and most of the lore, I see that.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah. I figured the people killing themselves would be the ones without guns in this scenario. Just killing yourself before someone gets to you. It steals your fucking, rice cakes.
Not your rice cakes.
Not my flavorless styrofoam bullshit.
You can have them.
Rice cakes are bullshit.
They're
even
awful.
Bullshit as a diet. I was raised with the idea that rice cakes were like 0 calories.
You think 10, right?
You think 10. It's not. A low calorie rice cake is like 60.
You could have a bagel almost. Like get it the fuck over with and have a real food.
They're fucking horrible. And you put peanut butter on a rice cake or something and you think you're having a low cal treat. No. This is a calorie dense bullshit make you fat meal. It turns out we all know that rice makes you fat. But we thought rice cakes were like somehow like not part of that like rule set.
Rice or something. Like they poofed out all the bad part and just left us with
all the calories and just leave the air.
Rice cakes are not the ticket, boys.
The lowest the calorie rice cake I ever had was years ago when I was trying to lose weight, and there were 35 calories, low salt. And like,
were they super thin?
They were maybe that thin. So not they were pretty sizable.
Yeah.
But immediately when you bite in, like it's like almost like a loaf of sourdough. There were hollow areas in the cake, like which I didn't think was possible in a rice cake. Yeah, it sucks all the moisture out of your mouth. It takes you forever to eat it, and you're hating it the whole time.
I bought low-calorie rice cakes. I bought them on Amazon, so I didn't like see them. You know how you can maybe not get that perspective.
Yeah,
like low-calorie rice cakes. For 30 calories, like it's better than nothing. Maybe it'll hold you over and help you get to your next meal. Dude, a 30-calorie rice cake was like half a centimeter thick. It was like 2 rice tall. But like, this is bullshit. You didn't have any special trick. You just gave me smaller servings.
A rice cake is a great way to miss food. Like, like it's a great way to remind yourself, I remember eating. Yeah, it was way better than this.
Like right now, I've got a filet mignon and a baked potato out there, like getting ready to go. The baked potato's been in the oven.
Damn.
Got the fillets about to go on the grill. I got the grill like 700 fucking degrees out there. I'm very excited. Have not eaten today.
Delicious.
So is this breakfast for you?
Yeah, breakfast.
Confused.
No, this is breakfast. Well, I skipped breakfast technically because I woke up at 5 p.m. So it's 6 hours later. So this is like noon for me. So like this is like 11 p.m. for me. So it's like it's almost time for lunch. So I skipped breakfast. I'm gonna fix lunch here in a minute. For dinner, I think I'm just gonna go back to the venison. Gonna have some venison patties, some rice, some teriyaki sauce on there. It's gonna be great.
I'm hungry. I think I'm going fruit mix though. Fruit mix and then just sleep.
I still have a whole dinner to eat. You guys want to call it a show? We can all go.
I'd love to.
Okay.
All right.
PKA 571.
I got buy our jizz pills.
Yeah, check out the Christmas merch. There'll be a link in the description.
The jizz pills.
They're not for the long tail. Maybe they're out of stock right now.
Get them
Save
both.
your money.